As we are once again alive upon the internet. Are we though? Actually, Twitch still not loaded up. This was kind of waiting for. There we go. That works now. And yeah, we appear to be. And let me make sure that everything's set up correctly with titles and categories and stuff like that, and that my audio is working. And bright and early there, Pamik, you see. But yeah, indeed, we are once again alive upon the internet. In the background, actually, I was just quickly making a folder. As the title says, we're gonna be recording a thing. Although, actually, I should have gone to that. Well, I need to set something up first, actually, before I do, because we're gonna have a thing as well going there. And didn't have enough time to actually do all the characters yet, which I do want to do. Yeah, let's go to character 4. What's that in the background here? Let me find. Is it the last set of build collection updates that we did? It was okay kind of putting them in build showcase because they were that extensive basically. This one is just going to be a rambling talk, so I'm trying to find the last one of those that we had, which is a much longer time ago.
Safe area entered.
Let's see. So this is 2712. Sounds about right, actually. Let's just take this thumbnail file and this description file. I might be sold that I might need to actually do more to it. But for now, just have this in there already. And yeah, let's see actually. Also, then on some patch notes, we'll look at those in a second actually. I haven't read them yet. Just before now, logged in and saw that they posted them and a maintenance tomorrow. I did link them in the Discord already. They're on the Trello board for anybody interested in them. I'll link it actually here already for this. But actually, let's go through these first, maybe, before I even go to something else, because I'm curious and I might forget. I'll put it in the chat as well. And hey there, Larry Yellow Sword, and welcome in. And hey there, Essie as well. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's not going to be much. It's likely. But yeah, friend referral program has been updated. Invitees will now also receive a level 30 boost. Does it mean even if they don't like? Oh, that's such a this doesn't matter, right? Because in addition to existing rewards, this thing. Okay, so they won't need to have the level 30 boost. Okay. Just needs to play for 2 hours. Okay, you don't need to play with them anymore. That would actually. Well, actually, I didn't read up what the current rules are. The old rules used to be you had to like do like 3 or 2 missions together or something, and I've played together for like half an hour or something. So if it's now just you refer them and then they just play for 2 hours and you get these rewards, that's actually okay-ish. The Ascent is now accessible from player level 20, previously level 2. wonder if this is because why? Why would you change this? It was maybe just confusing at like low level. Maybe level 20, not much is unlocked in that gap usually, and they're kind of expecting you maybe, you know. I'm trying to think if I know of any like, or I've even heard of any maybe like exploitative things that could be used there. Because yeah, hardcore, but yeah, hardcore leveling actually on Descent is like not a thing really, but so I wonder if that has more reason. Oh, a spring event. Easter event change. Oh, nice. Okay, so I was hoping we would get an event around that because yeah, we'll get the you know the special hoarder again, hopefully with this. Easter event project change starts on April 8th and ends on April 22nd. The event is available with 8th to 22nd. That's 2 weeks. Just a normal Tuesday to Tuesday, 2 weeks. The event is available for all players that have the project system unlocked. Complete 7 projects to earn rewards, including various caches, a rabbit season outfit, and a named weapon. Okay. Actually, I was like, wait, is it an expertise already? No, they're doing a patch, of course. Fix the issue with certain, some modifiers and seasonal journey stuff. Fix the issue with certain enemies, such as marauder drones, warhounds, destructible props, and mini tanks incorrectly receiving any modifiers. Okay, so there were definitely some frenzied mini tanks here and there still, and also a bunch of frenzied, especially turrets still as well. So fix the issue with equipment active modifier with equipped active modifiers activating when inspecting a loot pile. Oh, the thing being on the same button thing. Okay, they're likely giving priority to the loot then. Although that could be annoying as well if you try to. Although you wouldn't in the past as well, you would have had the same issue. You know? Fix the issue with the fortified shield modifier, not updating the visual HP value of the shield and the shield skill in the skill menu. Okay, I hadn't even noticed that. What I actually would I assumed it wasn't. Oh, it was showing sometimes. Okay, maybe there's some bugginess. I was about to say like I thought it just didn't show at all, but no, actually it did show because I remember seeing like 30 million. Shield, bulwark shield. Fix issue with the numbers of acquired modifiers not displaying correctly when inspecting an inactive modifier. Sure. Fix issue with the progression in Journey Mission 6 being blocked. If players advancing to tier 5, if players advance to tier 5 will require to maintain tier 4. Wait, so Journey Mission 6, okay. Advancing to tier 5, I'll require to maintain tier 4 for such years. Oh, they shared it together and it bugged out one of them? Yeah. Fix issue with the seasonal journey tutorial not appear when leaving the base of operation through any exit after completing activation. That's just, yeah. Although doesn't it? Because doesn't it like whenever you get pulled into that screen or you go into the other cells, like the exit, or did it just not show? Maybe if you actually just fast travel the way out of the thing. Fix the issue with missing chevron icons on the Brutus, Adressia, Dare, Cricket, and the drill names. Okay, this is such a minor thing. I didn't even like Adressia. Yeah, Adressia doesn't have a named chevron. That one I know, but I actually didn't know that. These other ones did, because who cares? Or like noticed it. Fix the issue with all 3 Pearl skills variants being available and unlocking the first skill. Hoping this also fixes so there's a bug going around for newer players. They can only pick the pulse. Although I think maybe this, like the last patch already fixed that. The April 1st patch already fixed that, I think. Fix the issue with Well, fix the issue with the complete prologue requirements still being displayed when attempting to use the level 30 boost before finishing the base of Operation Skirmish or player activation. So this one, 4. Oh, they're calling that the base of operations. Okay, still being displayed. But wait, is it? Does it mean we don't need to? Not that matters now anymore, but basically you're not supposed to before. Like I'm guessing this, they mean like the assault on the White House start. I will see tomorrow. Would that change anything? Not particularly. Would get us to level 30 more easily, but 31 is all. Well, if you just need to get to the stash or something. Oh, that would actually maybe make one other issue a little worse, actually. Because you could maybe get there faster. Or to a stash faster. Fix the issue with players being unable to boost to New York at the pilot until reaching level 30. Okay, so that's likely. Wait, this was unintended? I always thought it was kind of in. Oh, wait, or did it not work at all? Maybe that would be unintended. Because yeah, you should be able to just boost. Fix issue with the full backpack clipping with clipping issues. Fix issue where Olivia Vance, an NPC inside the room, had no voiceover when speaking after accepting the missing curator's side mission. Oh, okay. I did notice this on my last playthrough, but didn't care enough. Because yeah, actually, there, I think were all of them broken. I think several were broken. Last time we went through with hardcore. Fix the issue with Anna. The briefing voiceovers playing twice at the end of each scout. Okay, yeah, that's good because she was. Fix the issue with Anna. Briefing voiceovers not triggering at the start of scout missions. Okay, good as well. Fix the issue with Chirpy and Lucky backpack trophies displaying incorrect icons. All right. Didn't even notice that. Yeah, so the big one out of this is event. Eventiness. And a new named weapon, so let's see if what happens there. Cautiously optimistic. Oh yeah, the notes are that link. So actually I had a few hours during the day and I made a thing. And I'm kind of proud of it. Turned out pretty good. I feel. So I've been saying quite a bunch of times, I should make a spreadsheet thing to track what my skill things are. What all my skill mods are. I did in the end. And I made it pretty well because actually, so if you have no input in there, it just shows like yellow. Well, we'll make an empty one in a bit as well. But if it's like empty, it's like that. If you have the max value, it goes green. If you don't have the max value, like a 9.7 there or something, it goes red. And I'm actually kind of proud of getting that working for everything incorrectly. that took a little bit. One thing I hadn't done yet though is I want to just add this last character to that. Or we just leave it empty for now. Yeah, let's just leave it empty for now. Because yeah, let's just go record that video. I want to get some conflicting in, so we'll just leave these empty. But I need to make an empty version of this. And I was thinking I put it in the guides folder. And we put it in here. And we'll also then put it into the... Because currently, I'm going to keep one in the build collection. That is mine, basically. But then people can copy it from there as well. But let's make a copy of this. Because actually, this one being called IKEA skill thingy is actually because it's the IKEA account for once, not. should be the last one up there. This one here. So let's empty this one out basically. So, and then I'm gonna change the name to IKEA's possessive skill mod tracker. Doing this in the right one, right? Because if with this one, that's one. Okay. Because I want to just put this in that video as well. It's should we make a kind of explanation thing here, maybe? I mean, I feel it's kind of obvious, right? you just. Although we should give the instruction to copy to your own. So maybe here we put. Let's put one of these. Why did it go like that? Oh, because some alternating colors is. Oh, okay, that's what's happening. So 30. That doesn't fix it. Excuse me. This again. It sometimes breaks and I have no idea why. Let's do it differently then, because that would take more time to fix it up from that. So let's just go. Oh wait, these alternating. Where are these already going all the way down there? What? Because quite often when you change this number, it just doesn't care. It's saying 30 there. I'm saying done. Do I need to like hit something else? No. I think that's just buggy on their end. Yeah, let's fix that though then. Just so we can put that other thing. Annoying other one. So we need to remove that one and then reapply it. God damn it. Yeah, it's fine. At least it's not all of them. I've had to do this a few times because I broke it a few times by not realizing that some of the skills, actually, some of the mods I just don't care enough about, and then I don't have them on some characters. So. Like health for scanner pulse or something. Because that's only for the remote pulse, which outside of PvP we don't use much. Oh, here is also actually. Do I care enough to fix that? Not particularly, but why is it? Why is it? Why is it going that far? Wait, what? Yeah, because there it's not. So why is it here going? Hey, it's fine. Nobody will ever notice. Okay, now that we fixed that, we can actually change the colors. That's all I want. Game. Game. Spreadsheet. Game, spreadsheet, that's all the same. So let's do a... That's fine. Yes. So we'll make this a 12 and then like that. Okay. So I have uniformity. Copy to your own Google Drive so you can edit it. Enter values into yellow fields. If maxed, it will go green. If not, it will go red. There we go. That works. Okay. Just wanted to add some instruction. This is there just in case. Yeah, let's start working towards getting all the builds that we want to showcase. Let's actually as well in the game go back to character 1. As we'll kind of work through them one by one, kind of.
Entering safe
So I should get the
area.
trio of refactors.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations again.
There's one on character 3. So that's trio refactors there. Because we'll start with those and then we have the conflict folder, kind of. We'll go to that. A second. Here comes the question: do I remember all of the? This time I didn't keep as much notes as last time. Just quickly looking build by build and seeing. Because on character 2, definitely this thing needs to be talked about. Actually, yeah, let's quickly just some kind of just looking at the builds and going like, did they change anything significant into any of these? And when did those changes happen? Because that's also important. Although I feel that's most of it already there, actually, so... Character tree. Or the other refactor. Feel that we might have already gotten even everything. Let's just make sure that that's the same. These are all the same. Yeah, no, that Heartbreaker was definitely last season already, right? Yeah. This blue fire is also in there already, right? Yeah. So, and I don't think Account 2 really got anything, so, but let's make sure. Did it change anything up here? I don't think so. No. Okay, so it's basically just that. It's just a refactor, the refactors, the DZ builds, this thing, and then the new and improved skill, or the new. It's not improved. It's just a skill matchmaker. Yeah. Let's actually go and get kind of set up to do an intro. I didn't even think about intro location. For a second there, I was just like, we do it on the overlook there, maybe, but it's maybe boring. You know what? Yeah. We used Lincoln recently. I'm going to use it again. Yeah. I'm going to check here if I missed anything.
Heavily armed. Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Like that. They're bad. If they ever patch anything there, I would expect it to go the other way. So, because the playing together of hardcore with normal characters, like, definitely not intended on their end. So, I'd be, if anything to that effects comes to terms, it's likely gonna go the other way, and they would remove the ability for hardcores. But the only real reason is just the raid UI that allows you to invite hardcore characters in, and it doesn't check for the way that it does for other places. Yeah, we'll just use this as our background. Simple, elegant, foggy. And yeah, let's just get going with it. You know, let's not make my hair look as frizzy as it looked there, and then let's refresh the folder here, and let's get to recording. They're holding their hand so weird. Oh, it's because of I'm kind of on stairs, of course. Is that better with a pistol? That's better with a pistol. We'll just do this. It's fine. Use this place quite a bunch of times. So. Would have been nicer if it was sunny. It's not. So. Yeah, let's. I'm gonna record the intro here, and then we'll go from there. It's a rambling talk, right? TU23 year 6 season 3. Okay, yeah. Just it is year 6 season 3, right? Yeah. Because I'm still in TU mode. I wish they just stuck to TUs. That made so much more sense. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have a ramble. I very poorly hesitated there. Let's take that again. Actually, let me catch up for a second. Some doesn't know this mode for hardcore, so I'm not sure the reason behind the restriction. Well, the hardcore isn't like in their mind when it comes to that. I wonder actually why that level thing. Because the only thing I could think of as well that they moved it to level 20 is like, or maybe hard, because who else is kind of like leveling up there? Or it's just to avoid confusion at early levels, because it does pop it up, you know, when you're in the middle of that fight, you're always level in that fight leading to the White House. So maybe just to like maybe have a place where it like happens by itself at level 20s. Makes a little sense, man. Oh, do you mean the separation of the play? Because there is a case to be made as well for the looting and stuff to be separated, because sharing, although not in there per se, because you couldn't until you're out. Because how would the game deal with it when you come out of there? Is kind of the thing. They wouldn't have anything in place if you can group up in a 4-man together. Currently, the game has nothing in place to prevent that, because when you exit Descent, that team would just be together. So I'm guessing like their way around that is just to avoid it completely. Because I'm willing to bet if with Countdown you came out of that, because then it would make hardcore kind of, you know, a little bit extra trivial, because they could just be carried by non-hardcores. The Easter event we're getting tomorrow, and a new name, indeed. We went through the patch notes a minute ago. Not much interesting in there. A few quirky stuff, but yeah, indeed, an Easter event. I wonder. I didn't get a chance at all to collect any of the Easter or the April Fool ones. I'm gonna guess they're gonna go away tomorrow, but I'm also kind of fine with it. I was kind of considering maybe collecting all 20 or something and putting this there, but also after that, I'm happy I spend most of my time in conflict if that's the case. But yeah, indeed, Easter events, likely some projects, and I hope they do some time trial stuff again. Like I kind of actually enjoyed the other ones, although the times on them was so wide, but just, you know, and hey, go do a time trial thing was actually kind of fun. Because when was that we had that? Because that was... Oh, was that the Christmas event? Or was that before the Christmas event? I think that was even before the Christmas event, right? So it's been a while. Yeah, let's do an intro here and then go from there. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to ramble on for a bit about updates to the build collection as they have happened in the last few weeks with the changes of the new season. Not much has changed, that's also why we're not doing a super in-depth one as we did with last season, where we actually went character by character and went through all of their build loadouts and kind of explained what they were for, how hard they were to get. That was a one-time thing, honestly, because we're not going to repeat that every season, of course, mostly because the builds that haven't changed. And this season, unlike last season where we had weapon changes and basically every build got touched, here only a few builds got touched. We'll touch on some of them. I added, of course, a few refactors in there, as it is actually a pretty good gear set and is usable. It isn't definitely, I wouldn't say, a new meta or anything, but it's definitely usable, and in the right seasons with the right modifiers, I could see a good place for them. So we have them at the ready. Then as well, of course, a few builds got changed here and there. I also removed a few builds to make space for the refactors, and then also we just changed up some builds to just just because we wanted to try out new things. So we'll go over all that, including some, actually, this time, Conflict and DZ builds, as I've started making a folder and also just having a few of those in my collection. But yeah, let's go first introduce the collection. Then as well, everything will be timestamped down below so you can jump around and see if you just want to see a certain piece or a certain build style. You can go for that. Also, towards the end of the video, I have actually made a pretty good looking spreadsheet for tracking your skill mods and how you have them, basically, especially for people like me where we have 4 characters. It is kind of handy actually to kind of keep track of them in that way. And I've been meaning to for forever, and then actually, yeah, I took the time in the last few days to put together one that I'm actually pretty proud of, and it turned out pretty okay. So that'll be the ender of this video. But let's go get started by first introducing the build collection. Yeah, a little messy, but it's fine. It's a rambling talk. It's a rambling talk. It doesn't need to be perfect. That's more for me, myself, actually. Just to remind myself. Oh, the soccer, I wonder when they're going to drop Battle for Brooklyn. Yeah, there's been some rumors around when they're gonna talk about the date, which was in like 2 weeks. I haven't seen where the rumors came from though, so it might just be also, you know, hell. Earlier today, somebody one of the more interesting things was just somebody just went like, hey, they've postponed the tariffs on everything except China, and that's like the world stock markets went up. That was just a lie. And some people profited quite a bit, and then others lost, yeah, even more. So we'll have to see. One of the video ideas I've had actually for a while, I should do it at some point, is to go over some of the old leaks, because most of them are still, you know, the Reddit's post and stuff of them is still up. And then just as a like, this was the leak, or this was like what people thought, and especially like some of the much older ones. And then what actually happened in the end, basically. But sometimes as well, like, stuff being in the game doesn't mean, or being in the game files doesn't mean it actually will happen, which is not per se that, but yeah, let's go to the build collection. Which is this. Yeah, let's talk about this. And oh, that was the wrong button. That wasn't the I did not hit record. Anyway, and there's yeah, let's go with this. And to introduce the build collection for those that may not know it, it is a folder, a Google folder. It contains basically all of my first and second accounts, loadout slots on active characters, basically. And the link will be, of course, down below, so you can go there yourself. One of the handy things as well, as a tip, as usually it shows up as a list starting out, because that's just how Google Drive is set up, unless you have it set as your preferences that it's different. You can always hit this grid view, because a lot of people ask me how I actually see it like this, and that is that. Also, dark mode is on here, which helps a little bit with not having too much eye strain from it. If you do put it into grid view here, like here, and then also I'm sorting it by name, because you can also sort it by date modified, which has some value if you want to see which files I've been messing around in. You can sort them by modified, and you can see which ones have recently been touched on. But quite often that is just me fixing a mistake, not per se making a new build or anything. Then, yeah, what we have is the folders at the very, very top, tippity top there. Then we have an about me and a recommended file. In the recommended file as well, this is actually, if you're starting out, I would actually recommend starting here, as this is curated list basically from the collection, where also there's a little bit of explanation, as for instance, we start out with some strikers and explain that is the current meta, and then some of the other reds that work decently well enough to recommend, because not every build in the build collection is a recommended build. Some are just silly stuff. And then we go on to just a ton of other builds that are effective and have their uses, things like Oxy, things like Foam Eclipse, Fire Eclipse, Tech Tanks, a dozen or so Headhunters in pistol and shotgun and rifle modes, and explosive builds, and a bunch of other stuff, and protection from lead, and combat medic, and half healers. Yeah, there's a lot of actually build variety in the division, and I feel this kind of showcases that pretty well. Then it goes basically into the numbered drawings, Google Drawings, as that's what I basically use for these. And the way that they're numbered as well, just to reiterate that, is that the number before the dot, basically, that, for instance, there's 1.01, character 1 on account 1 is 1, and then the 0.1 is the 0.01 is their loadout slot. So this is loadout slot 1 on character 1, and it then goes to up to 16. We have 16 loadout slots. Then it goes to character 2.01 all the way up to 2.16 and then to 3. And the reason there is 5 in here is I have 2 accounts. On the main account, I have 4 characters. On the second account, I only have 1 main character, kind of. The rest are hardcores and watch alts and such. But on main account, I have all 4 character slots filled in, and that's the main bulk of the build collection as well. That's also why 50 or 5 dot onward is quite a bit of repeats or just variants on builds that are already in the collection. As on that account, I basically just take the builds that I kind of enjoy having or kind of feel I need to have for certain challenges or for certain things. And we're basically, I'm showing them there usually as a different variant, just changing up a chest talent or something, and showing them like that. Also to have both variants in there. Then as well, there's these folders up here, which are recommended folders. So for instance, in the Striker recommended is a bunch of versions of Striker, and all of them are recommended. Now as well, as we talked about earlier, there's now a Conflict Dark Zone one. This is a new edition of this season. It isn't actually as filled in as I want it to be yet, but we'll keep adding to it as we go along. Because I definitely have more than that one as well, just to put in there, and then the other ones are there as well. So you can kind of either peruse it just to get some ideas, because there are some weirder stuff in here that are definitely not in the recommended list, like purple builds. Well, actually, no, the purple builds are technically in the recommended, but they're at the bottom as like, hey, if you've done everything in the game, go make one of these. But yeah, some of the weirder stuff, like let's say, and as I'm trying to find the red eclipse here, those are not per se recommended, and because of that as well, they don't show up in the recommended build list as, oh, I'm looking at the wrong character there, that's why I can't find it. But yeah, you have stuff like this, which is just barely working, and because of that, it's not going to show up there. So start off in the recommended list, I would say, but you can take to the whole collection as and if you need some inspiration. But yeah, let's go get started actually with a trio of refactors and how they came in and what they look like. A little messy, but also my voice started to go very gruff. I just had like an omelet before this, which is pretty fatty, so it's not helping my voice much. Yeah, let me catch up here first on the chats here. Tariff. Yep, exactly. We need to add all the tariffs on it. I should tax people for using it. How many builds are in the collection? Let's see. I mean, the thing is, so technically 64 plus 16, so 70, 80. And then like 4 joke builds here, and then we have a bunch of X builds. But if I do this, 105, including the X builds, and then excluding the Lexi Bell and the Elmo Tastic and stuff like that. And that's also, yeah, without the recommended folders, because usually the recommended folders just contain duplicates, basically, or just small alterations, just because I want to have a specific different stat. Most success in within conflict. Overall, I've been mostly the Umbras. Ninja Bike with 3-piece Umbra, and then either with Capacitor or with Iron Lung. So with Iron Lung, 2-piece Lengmo, and then with Capacitor with a Walker Harris and a Picaros. That's kind of, yeah, the one I've been more gravitating towards. Also, I think somebody did link there to the build collection. Yeah. I'll put it in the chat as well for maybe newer watchers. I would think most people that know me do know the build collection, but if you don't yet, I'll pop up a link in a second. Anyway, I'm recording a video, so whenever you kind of see me go into like presenter mode, that's that's what's happening there. Yeah. And he despairs, and I'm doing pretty good. Although, yeah, had to do a bunch of stuff today, but I got it all done, so that's good. And I even got to make a thing, so I'm happy. Yeah, let's go get started with the trio of refactors. Is this set up? Yes, it is. And with the addition of refactor in this season, and it is, yeah, refactor and not refractor, as I myself as well quite often say it wrong, but so yeah, excuse me if I do. And it's been a while actually since a new gear set has come in, and multiple variants actually have made it into the build collection. This hasn't happened since honestly, I would say Heartbreaker. Oh no, Umbra. Umbra would have been after Heartbreaker, so hasn't happened since then. So we have a trio of them. So 3.04 is this third drone one. 2.06 is this status effect based one. And then also I tried to make something red, just in the kind of the ideology of a red FI. And this is 1.09. And let's start at the start, the basic version of it. As the obvious thing to kind of do with refactor, as we'll go here into 3.04 and start with that one. The obvious thing to kind of do with it is to do this, is to just treat it as a short drone build, basically. Here we're taking 4 pieces without the chest or the backpack, and we're taking 2-piece Hanny U as our 2 brand bonuses to get the skill case, and especially that skill damage, of course. And with that as well, we're gaining the option to go this force multiplier for that perfect combined arms instead of just normal combined arms. And combined arms is one of the few backpack talents that actually the perfect version is slightly better than the normal version, which is in a damage sense. Because in a lot of backpack talents, the difference is actually time. So for instance, perfect wicket is more time than normal wicket, not more damage. Same for instance, of course, the gift, perfect vigilance. It is a shorter reduction, basically. The drop off, it goes from 4 to 3 seconds. In the case of combined arms, though, we go from 25 to 30. So it is actually a pretty big boost. And then it also gets us to have the brand bonus available there. Here then as well, seeing as we're going mostly yellow, I'm going with kinetic momentum. Glass would be an option here as well. But kinetic momentum actually gains you more on the turret and drone, especially now since it's got a buff as well. If you're going glass, I would generally say that this is maybe not be the perfect version, or two, if you're going for that third drone kind of feel. As if you go with high end, that's the thing that especially refactor kind of loses out on versus a normal third drone, because actually this versus an 2-piece Empress, 2-piece Hannah Yu, usually as well with the combined arms, or Force Multiplier, and then 1-piece Wyvern. This isn't actually that far behind on the skill damages. So the skill damages that we have here on the turret and drone are actually pretty high and pretty close to that. We're basically 5 skill damage behind. And that's because we do get enough bonuses here, and then we get to keep basically the chest and backpack talents that we would on that as well. What we especially lose is that extra minor attribute. So instead of, for instance, being able to put a ton of skill haste, which I generally just don't recommend, what I do mostly on high ends is to take a lot of crit chance and crit damage, because the capacitor actually can hit decently hard if you give it as well a little bit of crit chance and crit damage. That's usually what I do on high ends, for instance, for myself. We lose that option here. So here I would say kinetic momentum makes a little bit more sense. And then here even, I've gone, for instance, here with a red core, as we are taking technician, of course. So one of these can be something else if we wanted it to be so, because we're getting a skill tier from technician. I've gotten here with a red on the glove, as of course the glove and the knee pad are the places where they will be blue core pieces, as the way that refactor actually drops is the left side is yellow core and the right side is blue cores. So we could actually just keep that blue core there and then make it even easier on ourselves farming wise, because we would, for instance, for these two, the repairs, or we needed to get skill damage, not repair skill, as well. Actually, just to be clear on that, none of those things actually apply to refactor. Repair skill and such does not increase its healing. The player on the other end having incoming repair or such doesn't factor into it at all. Things like having survivalist or something for those healing bonuses, none of that matters here. This is not using basically the same system as healing skills do. This is healing through a different mean, basically. So because of that, none of those things apply. But yeah, here we have pieces where we have skill damage and we have record them, basically, even for that yellow on that side. And overall, this can hit pretty hard. This can heal pretty well as well. Actually, in a 4-man team, this can be somewhat the combat medic of the team. And if this season actually was with no regen, and especially seasons with no regen, or going to the summit where you always have no regen. I said no regen so much that it lost all meaning. But with no regen, yeah, having something that can kind of keep people topped off and kind of heal them up and such is actually very valuable. So for instance, in summit and such, I've been using this and it works out pretty well. All 3 variants kind of. And you do, of course, give up damage in comparison to if you were just another striker. But the comfort that kind of gives back is actually worthwhile, and you don't hit that poorly. Like, this is still damage wise as well. This would be still, even with the turret and drone, just the turret and drone, this would be more damage than, for instance, on itself than a Redify. But of course, the Redify is then given a buff basically, and then healing a lot less. Or a combat medic is healing a little bit more than that, and it doesn't have the buff at all. And especially as well, the healing happening without you having to actually track other players, because what you're basically doing as the player running this, you're just shooting and putting your turret and your drone out and letting them shoot, and you're not focusing on your allies and where they are, making for a completely different healing experience, because you're just trying to do damage with your skills, and that will translate in healing for your allies whenever or if they get hit. It will heal them back up without you needing to actually keep awareness of where they are and then land the chem on them or even have line of sight to them. That's the real value I feel with Refactor, and using it in that way as well kind of works out pretty well. Then as well, we have actually an optional here, which I might actually break out into its own build picture at some point, but we can also go mortars, and mortar I kind of have quite enjoyed with this. What we go then is demolitionist to have the mortar, of course, because yeah, we can't have the mortar without demo. So at that point as well, we need to be full yellow, so that gloves becomes yellow. And then the 2-piece that I think is the best choice for it is to go on yellow sacrifice, and have their especially skill damage. You could go skill damage status effect or skill damage skill haste. Having a little bit of haste isn't a bad thing here. And then yeah, having the strategic alignment, the named China Light backpack, as combining that with a mortar, of course, just applying the bleed, that will trigger that backpack. Here I'm running it with the Stinger Hive as well. And while the Stinger Hive doesn't benefit from the explosive damage, it is still one of the better skills to just quickly get out. And then also this will trigger the backpack before even the first mortar lands, as the Stinger does scale with skill damage, but not with explosive damage, even though it's doing explosive damage. That's just one of the weird quirks, as it used to be pure skill damage in year one. So they changed that to become explosive, and they didn't give it all the traits of explosives at that time. And you can hit pretty hard with this, and actually is a very decent way of running it. The downside is the healing is quite different. With the turret and drone, the turret and drone are just constantly hitting. One of them is likely going to be up and hitting an enemy, healing everybody up a little bit. And with the mortar, it is just in chunks, of course, because whenever the mortar lands, basically whoever is damaged will pop up to full health, and there's definitely some value there. The biggest downside of Refactor, and this has always been kind of healing builds in Division, is that the main mechanic that actually keeps people up is the health gate. So if you're not familiar with the health gate, there's basically, if you've ever been left on that little sliver of health, that is not an incident. That is actually the intended mechanic, where when you get hit, there is a health gate. There is a gate at the end of the health that will stop damage from flowing over for around a second or two. And then it drops off for 30 seconds. So whenever you get hit by something really hard, like a sniper, the first time you get hit, it takes you to that health gate. The health gate now falls away. Now, if you get healed back up, if that sniper hits you again, and they were able to basically, with one shot, take you down, that health gate is no longer there to save you. So that just hits you, goes through everything, takes you down. Same for big explosions or stuff like that. That's always the biggest issue with healing in this game, as that if the people you are healing are not aware of that mechanic, you can't save them from being two-shot, basically, by sniper. Now, it will help enough against chip damage, because if they're getting chipped slowly, you can keep them kind of healed up. This season as well, we have Fragile Armor, so Fragile Armor is already super annoying for healers, and I wish actually that if you provided enough healing to a player, like let's say 1 million or something that, you know, couldn't easily be done with 0 skills, basically, or a 0 tier skill, that maybe would heal one of the fragile armor breaks, basically the armor breaks that you have on your bar. Because with this as well, when their armor breaks, if they get hit by one hard thing instead of just getting chip damage, now their bar is shorter, and it's going to keep getting shorter and shorter and shorter unless they heal themselves. So there is still issues for healers, especially in general with Division. But without Fragile Armor, and especially in places, or maybe if you get a season with no regen, this would definitely be one of my go-tos. But then as well, there's other ways to kind of run it, and let's go look at those. Yeah. A lot of talking. That may have been way too long, though. I might take a retake on that one. Partially because as well, I'm pretty sure the start of it had an issue there. Because I think the folder bugged that. Yeah, shit. So it's not playing the first few seconds, like it's the audio, but it's not the thing isn't moving. Yeah, let's retake that. God damn it. Because I can stitch it from the VOD, but it always looks weird when I do that. Yeah, let's just retake that. Yeah. That's what I get for not checking if the folder was ready. We took too long in between. Well, that's kind of fine as well. That was actually way too long, and I can kind of shorten that because I can also spread what I'm talking about there over multiple builds instead of trying to pump it all in that build. And indeed, a little bit of a hair pulling, but yeah. The downside sometimes of content creation, using builds without a lot of skill tiers. Generally, if you have like more than 2 skill tiers, not much can well, especially in comparison to like some of the other choices. Having more than 3 skill tiers, usually like the capacitor actually wins on burst. So especially on the PvP end, for instance, you see a lot of capacitors with just 2 or 3 skill tiers, where like killer also doesn't work out well. Against measured with 3 skill tiers, usually the capacitor will already win. And that you can, of course, like, you know, memento plus 2-piece broad or like a skill tier, and then technician is already enough to reach that. But especially with Ninja Bike, it's quite often why they run that. And Heater Randy. Leveling the expertise on fighters give plus armor. What do you mean? You mean just if you like grade the gear? I mean, that's all gear. Because yeah, you can grade that up, and yeah, you would gain a little bit more from it. Yeah. But that's all gear. All gear is just plus base damage or base armor amounts. The thing you gotta remember, though, is that grading, like this one, this expertise grading, this is not all the armor you have on the build. This is just this base armor. So it's only affecting these numbers. And for a level 40 gear, that is 660k. That's getting, you know, plus how many percent you have of this. Then all the blue cores go over it, and then the watch 10% goes over. Or, you know, if you have Gila or something, that too. But yeah, all gear is always base armor percentage. Yeah, let's do that again from the top. Let's actually make sure the folder is accepting. Yeah, let's. Because it's basically for all weapons, it's also the weapon damage, just all weapon damage as a stat, and then for all gear, it's just base armor percent. You know, the percentage or like a percentage of just the base armor, and specifically just base armor. So not the blue cores on top, and only on skills is it just around, like, well, that's not a random. It's one specific thing per skill, and sometimes it feels quite random what they chose for some of those. Yeah, let's go ahead and again do this. And going into it with that trio of refactors, and it's been a while actually that a build has come, or a gear set has come in, and I've made multiple builds out of it in the build collection. The last time that I can think of one is actually Umbra, I think. As since then, usually just I've messed around with the gear set of the season, definitely, but usually in basically one slot, just there's one kind of like, I'm gonna do it like this, and we just have one of them in there. In the case of Refactor, though, a trio has come in. So I have here as 3.04, and of course all of these will be linked down below directly as well. A general turret drone setup, which can also kind of double as a mortar setup, as we'll talk about in a second. Then as well, I went with a status effecty kind of setup where we're trying to do, in effect, kind of, it's layout-wise, it's similar to a foam eclipse, but then going for damage with a fire cam in this case. And I've been quite enjoying this one as well. And then as well, I wanted to make something akin to Red FI, kind of. And then instead of having the buff plus damage, having healing plus damage, kind of combat medic style. This is also actually taken over the combat medic on this character on 1.09. The other one in between was 2.06, but of course all of them will be linked down below. Let's actually zoom in onto this 3.04, which is just a general turret drone setup. And here we're going with 4 pieces of Refactor together with the Force Multiplier with that perfect combined arms, and then a second piece of Hana Yu together with Kinetic Momentum. The biggest downside of Refactor versus a normal turret drone setup, so if we were going just 3-piece Empress, 2-piece Hana Yu, piece of Wyvern, there you get to have a few more minor attributes. As damage-wise, these two are pretty close to each other. It's basically a difference of 5 skill damage, as we kind of showed in visualizing stats. As we do get to keep the chest and backpack, as we don't need to have those be per se Refactor. And I'm also actually quite often not choosing to use the chest of Refactor. As the Refactor chest, while pretty useful, in most cases is actually way too much healing, more healing than you would really need. It could make sense maybe for legendary or such, but honestly, I feel doing more damage makes quite a bit of sense there as well. As we do decent damage, but for a third drone build, which is of course quite a bit lower than, yeah, let's say a striker or such. And then especially what we lose versus that high-end version basically is that second minor attribute, where with the high ends especially, what I generally do is put a lot of crit chance and crit damage there. We don't need a lot of skill haste for a third drone. Here as well, we don't have that much skill haste, and we have already pretty fast cooldowns. Even without any skill haste on, usually the high-end one, you can still have like a 17-second turret instead of it being an 11-second turret. And that difference, I would much rather use up to get some crit chance, crit damage in there, as you can actually hit decently hard with the capacitor there as well. Here as well, we're going with the capacitor, definitely. It is one of the better tools in this case. But yeah, we're not kind of backing it up with some crit chance and crit damage the way we would there. But then, of course, what we get in return for that is the healing of Refactor. The healing of Refactor is actually pretty decent and can be used, especially, the thing is, this season, it being fragile armor, it's not that useful. But in seasons where we might see no regen again, I could see you running these, as especially in those seasons, I run quite a bit of combat medics in the past. And this kind of fits the role of a combat medic, but in a different way, in a different play style as well, which I actually quite enjoy. It is actually something new to the game that we haven't per se had in this form, although we've had similar things with talents in Division 1, so it's not a completely foreign idea. But and then the layout going out here is then, yeah, going combined arms together with the kinetic, and here especially as well with the force multiplier, which does actually have an increased damage component to its perfect talent, because in most cases with the backpack, we actually, the perfect talents there usually don't have more damage, they have longer duration usually, or shorter fall off, like with the gift, where you go from 4 to 3 seconds, but for instance, even perfect wicked versus normal wicked is just a longer duration. So generally, it doesn't matter with the backpack talents to go perfect, but in the case of combined arms, it does. Then as well, this lets us go for that 10 skill damage of this second piece of Hanayu, where if this was a Wyvern, of course, that would be just 8%. For the rest of it, what we have then is a pretty hardish hitting third drone build, but of course that kind of pales in comparison to some of the red builds. But it still is enough damage to be useful in a group and to make up for the health and armor scaling on the enemies, and then you kind of help out in other ways. And especially, I feel in seasons with no regen, this would be a good choice. Together with it also in Summit, for instance, and stuff, I've used several of these forms. Then as well, of note is that the left side actually of Refactor, the cores are yellow. On the right side, it's all actually blue cores. So here the cores have been recored to a skill tier and a weapon damage tier. Here, of course, with Technician, we don't need it all 6 to be skill tiers, because we'll get 1 from there. We could actually keep this a blue core and make it easier on ourselves and not even need to recore this one. And honestly, I would maybe go that route as well, as, yeah, 1 more red core doesn't add that much here. A blue core also wouldn't, though, as well. Another layout we can go with similar, the Refactor basically in the same form, although the glove also becoming a full yellow, and because we need demo to go with the artillery turret, going a mortar version of this. My preferred setup for that is going with a yellow sacrifice, if you can get it, and especially having the skill damage there. This can be skill damage status effect or skill damage skill haste. It wouldn't make too much of a big difference. And then together with that, with the strategic alignment, the name China Light Backpack. And I like running it especially with the Stinger Hive as well, even though the Stinger doesn't get extra damage from the explosive damage bonuses, as well, it is an explosive skill. It does it does hit for yellow damages. It isn't actually affected by it as the sole explosive skill that doesn't. It is only affected by skill damage, but we have also a ton of skill damage here. And what this works out well as is especially putting it on their doors and such. And when the enemy spawns, which is also quite often when they might get a hit or such on on some allies, when this lands underneath them, they'll get scattered, they'll get damaged by it as well, and that'll also heal your allies. And then the mortar is the big hitter. The difference in play-wise is that especially the third drone version will continuously do damage, so it's continuously providing healing. Whereas going with basically anything else is gonna make it feel a little bit more bursty, basically. It comes in bursts. And the mortar, especially when it hits, it will heal everybody up to full, even if they're like full blue. But yeah, in between mortar shots, or like if a mortar shot in between misses or something, you're not doing any healing then. So that is a consideration to be made. And I feel both of those versions are perfectly fine to kind of run. Moving on to, and yeah, I'm going to cut it there actually, and then stitch it to this next one. Okay, 758. Because this also feels a lot better because we'll save the health gate thing for like at the end of this instead of at the start of it. I'm gonna go right into it. This one, which is an status effect version. So I wanted to make something that was kind of centered around as the bonuses for refactor also include some status effects. Could we make something effective that way? And it turns out that kind of, yeah, we can. Here we're kind of going in the layout of a foam eclipse. So we're going with a courier, a BTSU, and then 4-piece of refactor. Anybody who's ever run a BTSU, courier foam eclipse will kind of know the layout. And we're kind of going with the same stats as well: status effects, skill haste mods, and kind of going then with, especially in my case here, you can't kind of see it, but yeah, a Stinger Hive, although actually it's in here, of course, as well. Stinger Hive and a Fire Cam. Kind of the same setup as a Fire Eclipse. And especially here, instead of the Scorpio, basically, I am going with a capacitor just to deal a little bit more personal damage. And what I've found that this works really well for is things like missions and such, especially if we're kind of just being, we're not going for the fastest, we're going more just for comfort, basically. The healing that this provides will take away quite a few places where, chip damage might happen quite a bit and people might get kind of, put into a corner and such. This actually allows you to, as long as you can, kind of catch things as they spawn and fire chem them and kind of keep them in place. This will keep at least that wave in place, heal people kind of back up. And I found actually this with bounty cheesing as one of the things that we quite often do. This to be actually pretty useful because that initial fight is usually where sometimes things can go wrong. Doesn't happen often, but let's say 1 in 10 fights, somebody might get overwhelmed on a corner or they might get hugged before they were ready for it. This kind of prevents that from being that big of an issue, and then of course kind of provides healing here and there, making it actually much more consistent. A little slower, but consistent. And consistency sometimes matters as well. So I've been kind of enjoying it for that, where especially, we're fighting kind of one door and sending some chems there, and we're getting the courier to kind of spread it around for us. But also we just have enough charges and together with the Stinger Hive as well in between to kind of get enough hits in to keep everybody kind of topped off and to provide a little bit of CC. Now this is, of course, it feels actually pretty frustrating to play as an Eclipse player, as I'm much more used to, like, I just set something on fire, it spreads to everybody on their death and kind of hits everybody. Trying to especially just rely on hitting enemies and then just having the courier kind of the creeping death talent to spread it around actually feels quite frustrating. So there is a downside of it like that, but once you kind of get used to it, it isn't too bad. And layout-wise, this is, of course, pretty simple. We're just the left side. This is all yellow core stuff anyway. We can just quickly put some status effects on there. The only piece we would need is the status effect knee pad. And I would actually kind of go this route as, we don't have that much skill haste, but then the BTS2 is kind of solving that for us for the Hive at least. And, of course, giving us an overcharge as well. Now, with this season's modifier, less of an issue, but without the modifier, for instance, this actually kind of does make a big difference because we can have the ability to overcharge for some of the more important fights if we kind of know we need a big fire going. or just to get our hive back really quickly, because if the hive is kind of running out of charges, I might just overcharge with this. Also, of course, giving a team-wide buff out to all my allies. We get a really big fire cam out of it, and then also the hive comes back really quickly as it gets that very high skill haste when it's overcharged. And yeah, layout-wise, I've quite been enjoying this. This definitely, if you're kind of into fire eclipsing, I would definitely recommend trying this out. And this has actually made it into the recommended build list as well. This as well, having the backpack slot be this item. What we can do is, if for some reason we want to go with something else, we can. This is kind of like, I used to have an fire eclipse. That's actually what this replaced. A fire eclipse where I was using not the Eclipse backpack, which is of course not the recommended way to do a fire eclipse, but in that slot I basically had this same trio available. So we had either Creeping Death or Overclock or Perfect Opportunistic, and yeah, all of them the perfect version, this being the Hermano, and the setup on the other one, or the Courier. And it actually does work out pretty well. So for that bounty choosing, actually I think I went quite a bit with this Overclock. And putting this down, of course, putting the Hermano, and then putting basically the hive in range of the enemies to hit them, but then also kind of in range enough for allies, because Hermano actually has a pretty big radius, giving them also skill haste, myself as well, for the fire cam. And then with that as well, giving everybody reload speed, which, you know, makes it even more consistent, which all helped kind of out. And I wasn't even running Creeping Death that much, because they're, of course, spawning just from one door. Overall, a setup I would definitely recommend trying out for the right player. If you're into fire camming and such, yeah, give this a try. I quite enjoyed my time with it, and yeah, it's gonna stick around as a fixture that I've been using quite a bit. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Also, wait, am I just blanking? No, library. No, it is overclock. Okay, my brain was going like, wait, is it overclock or is it something else? The thing is also because we have like overcharge and overdrive and stuff of this season. So I was like, wait, am I confusing it with energize is the other one? Yeah, I was kind of like, wait, was this overclock or was this overclock? But yeah, no, I had it right. Okay. But yeah, for those that maybe caught that hesitation there, that was that. I wasn't too sure there for a second. Actually, but yeah, luckily, the universe rearranged itself and made me right. 539, that's kind of fine. Yeah, let me catch you on chat for a second. Let me bring this up. Do a conflict question. Because conflict doesn't take your watch into account, but the cap on crit is 60. Will the game allow you to technically go over on crit chance? Minus 64 for 7, so when minus 10, it's 54. Does it cap a 60? I mean, I get the gist of the question. Yeah, no, you can go. So basically, yeah, those watch points will basically fall off. So for conflict, you set up, for instance, like this. This is set up as like 65 or something. Basically, that 10% is gonna fall away. So yeah, the cap is still there, but that's not how it works. It's basically the bottom is falling out, not the top. So you do want to set up your build to be, you know, balanced around that. Keep in mind though that you also lose 20 crit damage, because you lose all of these stats. So you also lose 20 crit damage. So when you're kind of balancing it out, because sometimes as well, it's not going to make sense to have like in conflict 60 crit chance and then like 70 crit damage. You would be better off like with 50 or like even less, I think. You would likely be better off with like 40 and 70 something, you know, stuff like that. If it's very low crit chance crit damage. But yeah, no, you just set up, you set up over 60 and then in conflict it'll be minus 10 basically. The way to kind of see it, it's dropping off from the bottom basically. Not from the top. It's not capping you first and then like anything over 60 that you have will work in. Up to 70 basically. Nice. Yeah, I kind of is. I mean, I got the gist of it. No, a good tank build with Scorpio. Been wanting to use Scorpio as the main weapon. That's it. Mainly already asking, indeed solo or in group. I think it's kind of also depends on if what you're trying to kind of do with it, because tank builds in general in Division aren't per se that useful. Using Scorpio with just Hunter's Fury and a few blue cores, but then keeping the rest of the builds red can work out, solo and in group both. As you kind of go around and kind of CC stuff. Scorpio definitely isn't as hard of a hitter as it used to be. It used to be pretty strong, but now it isn't. So, but it's still pretty. You can get some decent results out of it. What I would recommend as kind of a layup for it is something like this, but then with more blue cores if you want it to be tanky. You could also go Memento as a oh, actually, I'm not showing this, of course. That was here, so. But yeah, this is 412. I'll link directly to it. I'll put them by chat. But this is a Hunter's Fury setup for the Scorpio, kind of. But also for Pummel. And you could make this as blue as you want it to be. Blue cores, especially. Don't make the crit chance, crit damages, keep those, but you could go with a bunch of blue cores. That will work out well enough solo. You could also go Memento. Memento Intimidate. Intimidate is kind of the go-to for shotguns because you're not hitting fast enough for a lot of other stuff. So, but I would maybe take this as basis, maybe put a Memento in there, put like maybe 2 more blue cores if you really want to. The thing is though, with especially if you're using the Scorpio, you will stagger enemies and stuff pretty consistently, so you don't even need really the blue cores. That's why this one is all red, basically. The Scorpio on the second hit will stagger stuff, so basically, you stun lock one enemy. You just have to watch out that you're not out in the open and everybody else kills you. But you can basically stun lock one enemy at a time, so especially in summits running around that build. It's actually quite a lot of fun. Yeah, let me catch up if there's anything else. Solo, group area, yeah. Although that wouldn't, because yeah, Scorpio in Legendary wouldn't work out though, is kind of the thing. And also trying to tank through Legendaries is not the greatest choice. Generally, the way to kind of go with Legendaries, or what we mostly do, is you either have a CC'er or a healer, and then 3 damage dealers. That's kind of the easier way overall to get through some Legendaries. But yeah, that version, especially for solo, for a lot of stuff, yeah. Run it with the Memento, maybe even a few more blue cores if you want to. And play around with it. Yeah, in a group setting, doing something like Perfect Vanguard and stuff can be okay, but keep in mind that, yeah, like that wouldn't be for Legendary. Like in Legendary, you need damage. At the end of the day, there's a saying of damage is king, and yeah, it kind of holds true, especially for Legendary. The less time they're alive, the less they can hurt you. Anyway, let me catch up on some of the other stuff that I missed here as well. Do you have a build guide for conflict? I don't, but what I can link you to is somebody else's. We can just steal somebody else's work and pawn it off as our own now. But yeah, this is from other people. These fine folks over there, the contributors. This is a basic guide for as it says there, and then this has a bunch of builds, but also because what you especially need to kind of know is the modifier, yeah, the PV modifier system, or the PvP base damage kind of modifier system. So give that a read. And I'm kind of getting back into conflict and such, but I'm definitely still not a subject matter expert or something. Such a but Val mask on the refactor build. The thing is, I especially want that BTSU. Like, yeah, that would be the other option to kind of go with, obviously. But here as well, the lack of haste kind of hurts it quite a bit. So the BTSU, especially there, to always give me an option to have this hive, basically. At least then I have that, and I can heal with that. Because at the end of the day as well, a role of this one specifically is to heal. So, because if we would take the Val, we couldn't have the BTSU. Then this hive is like not that fast at regening because we don't have much haste at all. And then it kind of hurts. But it's definitely, you could consider it, and you could even make something with it. I think though that for me personally, this is kind of more the way to go. But then as well, I can overcharge with this and then just get more damage out. Because the main goal of this one is kind of a little bit of damage, but not as much as Eclipse. We're just not going to reach those levels. I've already forgotten how I ended that last segment. I think I just did a cold stop, right? Yeah, it's going to stick around as a fixture that I've been using quite a bit. Yeah, cold stop. It's not I can just start with going to this sentence. If I use a Ninja Bike backpack, will it unlock the backpack talent for the set or no? No. That's the big loss of the Ninja Bike backpack. It will do the talent. So it will do these parts, and for brands, of course, this part. So it would give +1 piece to here, but it never does anything of so any of the gear sets, these talents, it never, like, it doesn't do anything of those. That's the kind of way to see it. So you do get the brand and gear set bonuses, but not talents. That's the big loss on it. So not the DPS, create a healer. Yeah. Well, as well, need for like legendaries. Like, it's not just all DPS, but the thing with DPS is king is just you have to respect it. But it doesn't still mean, because 4 reds going into a legendary will get slaughtered unless they're really good players. Unless they're like really speedrunners. But then a foam eclipse or a healer. That's kind of the accepted, like the fast ways kind of for doing legendaries. Any good alternative for capacitor? Do you mean if you don't have it? Because it's a very easy piece to get if you don't have any. You just have to do 5 challenges in Summit. That's also why usually there's no real need to replace it with something. If you want something else, you can go with an in-sync weapon, but the capacitor actually adds so much more than an in-sync weapon can. Especially as well because it has like a 10 crit chance, 30 crit damage mod, from mods, which like really make that thing strong. So, but the capacitor is just 5 challenges in the Summit if you don't have it yet. So that's like at most like half hour or something. But that's just for your first one. So do you keep that one? No, I don't have a. There might be one in there in that PvP. I don't know if you saw that one. I should know. Where did it go? Shit, this doesn't live in there. Still have it open somewhere, but I don't know where it went. There might be one in here. They're not particularly weird of a setup. So there's one in that link. So that's a link above you, the Evernote one. Because there's a bighorn one in here with regen. And there's actually one that I'm considering making myself as well. But I haven't yet, so. But I've definitely been murdered by some So, although yeah, you do need really good aim for that one. Yeah, let's keep going with this because actually, speaking kind of conflict, I want to get this video finished and then we can go conflicting. We can go get conflicted. So 1.09. And we'll end it with the refactors with this third one, which is 1.09. Again, will be linked down below, of course. And in here, I'm going with trying to make a red refactor. Just, you know, if there's the old saying, if you like a build, try to make it red. Try to put some red on it. Beyonce said that, I feel. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make that joke, but let's make it actually right. I thought of it there. I couldn't like put it together. Yeah. If you like a gear set, put red on it. That's what I was trying to say there. Nobody saw that anyway, so it's fine. And thank you, Super Pete, there for keeping that sub going. And yeah, it's always much appreciated. We'll be sure to spend that on whatever apparel we get tomorrow, as we'll likely get some apparel again for the Easter event. I'm gonna guess as well with the projects we'll get some just free cosmetics again. Yeah, let's go now. And going into the last of the trio of refactors that I've added into the build collection. This one is going a little bit more red, as a famous Beyonce once said, if you like a build, put some red on it. And we did here. So going all in on the reds, kind of going a red FI style, kind of combat medic-y style. Here together with, again, the capacitor, a sacrifice. Here, of course, the sacrifice will, the perfect glass in general, will apply both to the weapon and to our skills. That's why glass features so heavily in Turdrone hybrid kind of style builds. And here as well, of course, we're kind of splitting our damage towards trying to hit a little bit harder with weapon here. And the skills are then kind of just a bonus on top. And actually, their healing is still more than enough for just a 4-man in Summit or such, as this allows, for instance, the use of no regen without it even feeling at all kind of oppressive or anything, which is kind of the build style that the Combat Medic is also kind of set up for. That's also why actually this build has replaced the Combat Medic on this character, as of course, to make place for some of these builds. I've given up on the previous one, on the second character, as we were there. There, I gave up on the Eclipse that I used to have there with a different backpack, and I'll just use that refactor with status effect setup, kind of in the style of an Eclipse. And then on this one, I used to have the Obliterate Combat Medic, the high-end one. I still have a glass combat medic, so yeah, they haven't all gone, definitely. I still prefer those kind of for myself quite a bit, as the playstyle of them I quite enjoy, where we're kind of just trying to shoot, try to keep awareness on friendlies, and try to heal them up. On this one, though, we're doing it a little bit differently then. We're just going more of a Turdrone hybrid kind of setup. That's also why the Memento is in here, of course, applying its bonuses to both ends, both the weapon damage and then also having the skill efficiency. And the skill efficiency helps out quite a bit here because, yeah, we're not too high on skill tiers, of course. We only have a few skill tiers going. Wait, what? Am I? This isn't 6 skill tiers. How would this be 6 skill tiers? Did I just copy it from something else and then? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was very confused for a second there by those things. Like, why does it say 6 skill tiers? So that kind of broke my entire brain there. Let's quickly fix that. Nobody saw that. Because it is 2 skill tiers. Because the stats are correct. It's just that skill tier. I copied it likely from somewhere else and didn't pay attention that, yeah, we don't have the 6 anymore. Because this is the cooldown here, right? It's not. Oh, it's with the memento charged up. Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's still 2 skill tiers. Yeah, I'll have to redo that. But let me get you one chat that said moving. Catch up. What does 5 challenges summit mean? I haven't played the summit yet. When you go to the summit, there is a tab there which has a bunch of challenges, and there's several simple ones. There is some, because there's 2 types of challenges. You can have one in each category, basically. It'll make a lot of sense once you go there and kind of see it. And a lot of them are pretty easy. So some of them is for just doing 3 floors in 15 minutes at most, which, yeah, you just, unless you like go take a break or something, you'll get that. And then there is like forget, I think it's 30 headshots or something, and stuff like that. As is man, I can explain there as well. One time show repeated. So it is per run. It is basically challenges set that is from 1 to 100, and once you get to 100, they reset. You just need to get 5 done in 1 run, basically, which is super easy. Like some of the ones are harder, but yeah, pick like some of them should stand out at being much easier than others. Do you keep an eye on, especially on the right side ones? Some of them require directives, but yeah, you don't need to do those. You can do other ones that don't require directives. But basically, completing 5 of those, and once you complete one, it's out of the picture. So you know. But yeah, once you do 5 of those, you'll get the capacitor as a reward. That's the place you get the capacitor from. Yeah. With high damage, what do you recommend? Well, I'll link to the recommended build list. As if you're asking me what I recommend, well, do I have a list for you? And yeah, as a new player as well. So this will lead you to we still have it open now. So this will lead you to this list, and yeah, if you just kind of read through it, it basically starts with a few red builds as recommendations and just striker as a build to start out with, and then there's a bunch of other stuff you can make as well, and here it basically explains like what the build is and then what it kind of does, and then links to the build picture. But starting out with a striker is generally, if you're looking for high damage, definitely as well. That's the go-to. Yeah, let's quickly let's actually go through this video. We're dilly-dallying around. Okay. We fixed that. Let's now actually do this. And let's move on to 1.09, the third of the refactors joining the build collection. And on this one, we're going, yeah, basically all red on everything, all red everything, always. And the idea behind it is, of course, very simple, kind of in the same style as a red FI, or maybe even a third drone hybrid kind of style. We're leaning more towards getting some damage out of the capacitor, much more the red FI side, although especially going sacrifice here with a memento is, of course, very common for third drone hybrids. And the reason especially for that is both apply both to the weapon and then also to our skills. As the memento, of course, that skill efficiency is very strong for the skills here. The weapon damage is good enough for here, but also we're providing a bonus basically to both ends where the memento is kind of very nice for. And of course, glass doing the same here, going with the sacrifice, a full red sacrifice here as well, making it quite easy to kind of farm as we're going in all red. And yeah, basically, as Beyonce once said, if you like a gear set, put some red on it. And we're doing exactly that here. Going with red cores, of course, we do need to find pieces with crit chance, crit damage on basically all of these in the same style as the red FI. and then recording them to red. So these are harder pieces to get, as all of them need to be recorded, as the right side is blue as well. So, and we kind of need this layout. Of course, we don't want a chest or the backpack here. And then what we get here is that the capacitor can actually hit decently hard once the memento especially is charged up as well. And this in 4-man and such, or just running around in the open world, does enough healing with the turret and the drone that is actually worthwhile for the player themselves and also for their teammates, as it does keep everybody kind of topped off. This is kind of in the same ballpark, in the same niche as the combat medics that I love so much. And this actually has replaced one of the combat medics in the build collection, as this character's slot where this used to live used to be the high-end, obliterate version high-end combat medic. I still have striker combat medic on main account, and also still a high-end glass version, which I kind of preferred always to the obliterate anyway. So we still have those, and then this has kind of joined them. They do kind of the similar niche, as especially they help. Just you can go with hard to earn and no regen on, for instance, Summit, or if they were available on the open world, without it costing too much, basically removing that hindrance of them. And we still have more than enough damage to kind of kill for ourselves, and then also our third drone on top, giving that a little bit of that third drone hybrid kind of gameplay together than with kind of being the healing role. Although for myself, I quite much more prefer the combat medics. That might be also just, I've played them so much, so I know them pretty well. But in there, we're playing it quite differently. Here, I'm just focusing on putting my skills out, trying to keep them active, shooting at the enemy. On a combat medic, I'm much more also keeping awareness of where my allies are and where I want to put my hive to kind of cover as many people as it can. And then, where is everybody else so I can catch them with a chem if I need to. This one doesn't require that. And then, its healing is, of course, quite a bit less. With the Seasons modifier as well, this build is much more made as well with the Seasons modifier in mind, where, of course, with Overdrive and such, I can overcharge my skills and get a lot more damage out of them. Plus, we get also skill damage there. We get also weapon damage from that. And if multiple people in the team are kind of getting hit and I need to, up the healing, I can just hit T, trigger Overdrive, and kind of get that going that way. And this has been actually pretty effective overall. One of the things is as well, actually, and I've been using that on, especially if there's a bunch of reds around, using the mechanical animal, because even without the capacitor, this build can hit hard enough to kill with this, especially if it's just a few reds, even 4-man scaled. And we are, of course, at 2 yellows with the mechanical animal specifically. We can take that all the way to 6 and overcharge, and even do it without the modifier on. But for the time being, I've been using this quite often with having that up, and then, here and there having the overcharge, and then especially with this season modifiers, working out pretty well. If this season actually had no regen, I would likely run this build quite a bit as kind of the combat medic of the group, kind of keeping everybody a little bit topped off. And this has been very effective. You could, of course, as well, and I've tried that here, going much more, leaning towards more the turret drone and going with some yellow cores, more so than we do here with the red cores. Basically going this layout of an turret drone hybrid, which would mean that all of these refactor pieces would go yellow, or basically we keep one red in effect. That would be easiest on the chest, of course. And that would get us a little bit more turret drone damage and then drop our capacitor damage quite a bit. You could go either way, and both have actually been pretty effective, as I have ran it in that way as well, but I feel it lacks a little bit too much there in self-defense without the capacitor hitting as hard. But definitely one to, if you are kind of in that combat medic type of player and you kind of enjoy those already, this is definitely a different way to kind of get the same results. Healing up the team, doing your own damage, kind of having your own damage still be there, so you're just not just, fiddling with your chem in the back. You're just actually getting to do something. Let's move on to actually some of the other additions here. Let me catch up here again. Let me actually put that away first, because I'll forget. Because also we did a few takes there, so let's see. So that's that one. Okay, so we're on track. Did I miss something here? I think, yeah. I think Enrage linked a few builds there. Yeah. Rebuild solo PV. Oh, yeah, any of the ODs kind of works pretty well. Well, actually, I need the Ridgeway there. Can do the same. Kind of depends on, yeah, if you what you want the bleed for. OD is actually pretty powerful nowadays, and a decent group. Like in most groups, we always try to have OD around. Can the SP hazard protected backfire be used for Paradise Lost? So in Paradise Lost, you actually just use the backfire without hazard protection. The healing, because the bleed and stuff has been reduced by so much. The healing giving you hazard protection, and then, you know, the little bit of healing on top, plus the backfire. If you have a few bleeds in a row, it'll just stop bleeding you for a little bit, kind of like the enemies have. So the thing that speed, like I think I'm not sure if it's the current world record in general, but some of the like speed runners and stuff, or people that speed through the incursion, they just run a full red, at least. So for Right and for the Lovebirds, they run a full red striker with just backfire and just get through it with healing and it also not proccing after like 2 or 3 times that it procs. But even at the range, you can try that. It's very inconsistent. I also just, I don't know what like the behind the scenes of it kind of is, but if you just run it with the reds, full reds, especially once you hit 100 stacks, it'll like bleed you twice and just not anymore. So that's what has been used for there. Are they referring to a fixed issue with a missing chevron with the risk? So just so when a named item drops, there's that like little chevron thingy on the beam, right? There's the beam, and then there's a. So those items didn't have that. I didn't actually notice it on the Brutus and stuff like that, but also like it's not an important thing. I did notice that Adressia didn't have one. That one was always. But yeah, apparently there's other items as well. That might also mean that they weren't, because also things like the Brutus and like Dare and stuff, although there's of course a lot more like gear items like that as well. I'm wondering actually if those also never had that beam when they drop. Stuff like, you know, like Courier that drops a lot. Like the Habsburg names, the chest as well. Cherished. I've never paid attention if it does have that like named chevron thing. Yeah, onto the next one. That's also what was on this build. Where am I going? Here is where I'm going. Okay. Shit. Forget, I shouldn't be on the browser because that's there. And going on to actually a new edition of a folder, and I'll be kind of adding to this folder and such as well. As we have here a conflict/dark zone recommended. This leads into this folder. I've added in a few builds already into this as well. And this is going to be the start of me also having a few conflict and /dark zone builds in there. They kind of overlap. They're not the same, honestly, conflict and dark zone builds. I might actually eventually even split them into separate folders because you set up your crit chance, crit damage differently. But generally, of course, yeah, you would just change crit chance, crit damage for that. That's not an impossible task, I would feel. This also is then a little bit of a reshuffle of character 1, kind of, as a few people noticed. as here as well. On 1.15 and 1.16, we have basically two builds that have been tagged as PvP in there. There always used to be actually some old DZ builds that I used to have, or well, a pair, two in general. If we actually go into these, as we'll go into 1.15 here, as the ones that I've definitely enjoyed quite a bit, and kind of I'm using as the layout for some of the other ones, here being 1.15. This is, of course, the cookie cutter capacitor setup for conflict that is very much popular now with the Ninja Bike 2-piece Umbra and then Pika Rose, and then the other piece is kind of, yeah, up for debate. I've gone here with Walker Harris. Some people like going with Night Watcher. Some people like other things there, or just putting contractors, or maybe even Fox. This setup works pretty well in there. Umbra, of course, a setup that where we can charge it up even out of combat. That's why it gets used as much. So you can just have the buff up from the start of the fight instead of, you know, after you're dead, which Striker ends up like that quite often. Then as well, 1.16 we have here. This is more of a high-end setup that I have there. Also in that folder, both of these are there. As usually the files in those folders are usually copies of here, and then also some editions of builds that I don't specifically have in the collection, but kind of want to highlight or just give the layout that you would have for certain setups of, like, for instance, going Bighorn with Striker or something like that. This time being an Unbreakable Adrenaline Rush setup, the high-end version, but just here then with the Pesty. And then, of course, there's a lot of other ways to set it up, and that's also why I want to have a folder, as, for instance, here we have it in the corner with a Fenris piece as well, and I, for instance, do want to add a Fenris one in there. I haven't yet, but I'll keep adding into those as well. Also, with all of these, at least for the ones that are specifically set up as they are now for conflict, I have them, although actually all of them in the folder are. I've actually have the conflict crit chance crit damages here, as of course we do lose that 10 crit chance from the watch, the 20 crit damage. Would also you lose weapon damage and headshot damage and stuff. I'm not per se, I don't care about those per se, because especially the crit chance crit damage, of course, is a place where we do have the option to, basically go over, be in the 60 to 70 range in PvE sense, where then in conflict it becomes below the cap there. And then as well, we do want to balance these out always, because sometimes as well, I've seen people just go for that kind of like being close to 70 crit chance, so it becomes close to 60 on in conflict, but then they have like 70 crit damage without even more things, so that would even become 50 crit damage, and now you're kind of out of balance. You would be much better off being 40 crit chance and then something else, as long as, of course, the talents don't use it. And quite often in PvP, we don't use talents that are like Obliterate, which are very much crit dependent, although you could definitely use Obliterate in there. And yeah, the four that we have kind of in that folder are basically these two. So this was 1.15 and 1.16. And then together with that, I have a Lengmo variant, which is basically based on the capacitor version, of course, as we have it here. Swapping in two pieces of Lengmo. This coming actually from the Pestilence build, the PvE Pestilence build. And yeah, keeping one blue core, one red core here. Although, of course, with the blue cores and the red cores, you can kind of play around with it. I've been quite enjoying this as well, and this could also work well as a basis for Iron Lung. You would need to change the crit chance, crit damages, as of course the Pestilence here. I am actually keeping it as a crit chance third stats. I need to actually add that here, I see now. But, and that kind of lands us here. With Iron Lung, of course, there we would want, or we have also 10 crit chance from a mod there, where we don't have it on the Pestilence. So yeah, there are a few options there, and then as well, just a general high-end one here although actually I haven't added that. This is actually one that got removed. This used to be the old one on character one, an SMG setup. This one though was actually more set up for DZ. Not the biggest fan of it. We'll move it down the list as we'll add more and more in. But definitely one that can work and can be made to work, especially more so in the DZ. And then this one, for instance, stat-wise is kind of set up for the DZ. So I might in the future split these into two different folders. But for the time being, I've been conflicting myself and have been conflicted. So afflicted with confliction. So I've been meaning to add some in as dipping my toes back into there. And I'll cut it there. as a segment. That became much more rambly than I was. I kind of lost it where I was kind of wanting to go with it, but it's fine. Because yeah, we just linked to that. I'll fix that up later because yeah, actually. Although yeah, no, let's fix those up now. Wait, that's weird. The original picture has it. Oh wait, that's of course an Umbra. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, let's fix it at least on these pictures real quick because it will bother me otherwise. Although the thing that just needs to be fixed on this one is this. Just have that, and then, you know, while we're here, and then also this. Yeah. So it's all the same. Yeah. So that folder and then these two. Okay, that's what we'll add for that one. And then yeah, we'll just have this, and then the. This one isn't anything right yet. So this one. How long have we been going? 32 minutes so far. Okay. That's within the realm of reason still. Yeah. So wait, this is just with the Eagle's Grasp in there, just as that, right? Yeah, we just lose 30. It's great, 25. And the addition here as well of or one change basically from a build that used to be in the slot was the Ninja Bike Marksman build. I wasn't using that one much. I have hotshots. I prefer them so much over Ninja Bike setups, which was the Ninja Bike setup with like Aces and Aces, Hotshot, RLD, Chain Killer, and Fox's Prayer. Actually, no, that's not right. What was that layout? I've completely lost. We have it down here somewhere. Oh, Habsburg. So Habsburg, Araldi, Aces, Hotshot, Breaking Point. Breaking Point. That's the one. Not Fox's Prayer. And here to just highlight one other build that got changed. In the slot used to be the Marksman Headhunter Determined setup. That was with a Ninja Bike, Habsburg, Araldi, Aces, Breaking Point, and Hotshot, one piece. And then with the Ninja Bike, of course, getting the 2-piece brand bonuses on all of those and gear set bonuses. That setup, to me, just fails in comparison to Hotshot, 3-piece or 4-piece, preferably 4-piece in my case. I prefer I prefer those bonuses. But one of the setups that I want to kind of go for is one of the things that does have a different playstyle, and especially has been buffed severely in the last few seasons. And although actually in the last season didn't get touched because it didn't get a reload speed change actually, but the 1886 of course, and it has been very popular. I've been meaning to have one. Now, of course, I have the Headhunter tech tanks. That I quite enjoy, especially with 1886, and nowadays as well with the changes of last season to the 1886, where it got a little bit more damage. You can actually run those without even needing grading on them. But then here I wanted to try out this setup, which has been popular for quite a while, going 2-piece Breaking Point, Fox's Prayer, 2-piece Via. One of the things we have with rifles is 2 pretty good brand bonuses, together with a really good named piece in the Fox's Prayer, of course. And taking it into this layout, we're just basically taking the 3-piece bonuses of Breaking Point, not the 4-piece. And because the full gear set bonuses are actually very lacking, Breaking Point has quite a few just practical issues in actually using it for output, not least of which is especially that you can't stack up the next buff basically while you're using up the current buff, meaning that you always have a pretty big gap in between the buff being up, and the buff is only up for 10 seconds. In that 10 seconds, like once in a while, you'll run into an enemy that is just hiding for 30 seconds and you'll just waste the buff. So it is just frustrating in how it kind of plays out in actual gameplay. That's also why we're just going for the minimal brand bonuses that we can get there from some rifle damage and also for some headshot. Although, as we kind of discussed in visualizing stats, this is basically the best we can get out of there because we're already using Foxes, being Overlord, of course. We're using the 2-piece Zvia bonuses, so we already have basically all of the rifle damages that we could. Anything like Providences or a piece of Providence, a piece of Habsburg, try to go like headshot or something, that would be actually less than the 25 we get from Breaking Point at the 2-piece. And rifle damage, and then in the 3-piece we of course get headshot damage. So that's kind of why this layout is set up like it is. One of the options we have here as well actually is to give up actually that headshot bonus that we have on the 3-piece of Breaking Point and go with Eagle's Grasp instead and get the 30% weapon handling, because I feel quite often when you're 2 pieces invested into there, going that 3rd-piece Eagle or going that 3rd-piece Via is actually not that big of an investment at that point, and you gain a lot, of course. Then as well, we have the 2 damages sides of here. So this is again as well with Determined, and especially if you don't run Determined, you can actually push this up to a degree where, especially with high grading and this setup, you could actually reach the point where you could start on a purple. But that's actually the lacking thing of this versus a hotshot or especially MMR setups. Is that most of those, if set up correctly, you can definitely start on a purple, because marksman rifles just hit harder in general. Even though this rifle is now as close as it can get to marksman rifles, it still isn't a marksman rifle. But we can actually reach a 5.5, which is below solo scaling for purple. But we can definitely get a red with this, and you kind of need to, or 2-shot even an elite with this, if 2 headshots happen. And then from the 2nd shot onwards, in this layout, we can just go from elite from there. And we cap out high enough that, we can even get some names and stuff with it. You are actually a little bit below what an LMG Outcast, for instance, would be, and an LMG Outcast named specifically would be. So you do need to watch out for that, but then you just, get the 2nd shot in there. But this works out pretty well, and especially what you gain on rifles is quick acquisition. Where with a marksman rifle, if you're running, you stop, you aim, you need to wait for a second before it becomes accurate, and then you fire. With a rifle, that aim is much faster, so or it becoming accurate is so much faster after stopping running. That is the big benefit of rifles, making it feel a lot more snappy, and especially if you can kind of snapshot, it's a pretty good setup. The other option as well that we have here is to have a shield on top as well, because we can use shields with rifles. So you do have just a little bit of protection. This build being full red, of course, with not gaining that much from the shield. But at least you can take basically 2 hits more on the shield before taking 2 hits on the body and then going down. And then with the Eagle's Grasp, actually, we're still kind of keeping in that area. That's actually why I'm also kind of considering swapping this as the main build to be with the Eagle's Grasp. as we are definitely losing damage, and our cap as well is kind of dropping off a little bit, of course. But it isn't too terrible. We're still basically, because we're not actually getting a step up, because this first shot still needs to be either a 2-shot of a purple or elite, basically, or a 1-shot of a red. And then for the second shot onward, it can already be an elite for this, at least solo scaling. I'm talking here, of course, solo heroic scaling. But that would be the same for both of them. So we're not per se gaining too much there. So, and then here we have even more weapon handling, a faster reload, a much faster acquisition, as well as accuracy affects how quickly it becomes accurate. And then together with that, of course, as well, we have, that it sways a little less as well, even though rifles don't sway as much as MMRs to begin with. So I've been kind of enjoying this layout, and definitely if you're kind of into headhunting and you haven't maybe gotten this one yet, give this one a try. Getting the 2 Zuia pieces also isn't too hard. Those are red pieces, of course. They will require some optimization, so this isn't per se beginner friendly. Although you could likely find a piece that, or like find 3 out of 4 basically, and then, but likely you will need some optimization here, of course, as these are, for instance, free talentable made, and that is kind of the recommended way as well. You can also play actually around with the brand bonuses. And then here as well, with the Diamondback, actually, we can start on a purple to begin with, which is actually one of the ways I've been kind of going with it. Although you need the Diamondback, of course, also to target the purple or such. And that can sometimes be a little bit harder. But what I've been doing is actually just shooting at whatever it targets, to shotting them down, and then going from there with even the Diamondback. So yeah, quite an enjoyable build and well worth messing around with. There we go. 7:20. That was way too long. I got rambly. Getting tired and getting rambly. Oh yeah, just talking too much and getting rambly. But that's also fine, because we just have one more thing to show, and then do I have the empty one? Yeah. So let's go here. Hit the wrong button there. And lastly, I wanted to actually showcase a thing that I recently made and finished off. It is actually already kind of living at the end of the build collection. It is all the way at the end there. And what that file specifically is my file of a skill mod tracking, skill mod tracker. As I've been meaning to have one of these, as on some of my characters, the skill mods aren't full, and then sometimes I pick one up and I go like, wait, do I need this for that other character over there, or did I need it? And of course, this is a common thing. There is already some out there of similar design. Of course, just, you know, what they are at their core is you could just do this on just a sheet of paper, of course, and just write everything down. But I've taken the work out of it and made it here, and also a little thing of it that I'm quite proud of, and that I got it working with. It did take me a little bit. As of course, what I'll link to actually is the empty file. The empty file will live in the guides folder, actually, as I'll link it also in the skill guide that I have, that we actually do need to turn into videos at some point, as that one has been done for forever. But I'll link to this empty file. You would need to, as it says here, how to use, copy to your own Google Drive so you can edit it, and then enter values into the yellow fields. If maxed, it will go green, and if not, it will go red, which is actually the part that took me quite a bit of work, and of course, just because I messed it up a little bit and then had to clean up, and yeah, it took forever. But let's say we have some mods on this character. We have a turret, a burn mod, which is at max as well, as we're kind of showing what the max are at the right side there. If you input a 5, for instance, there for character 1, let's say I have a 5, I have the 5 there, it will go green once you input it. If I have a 4.9 instead on character 2 and I input that, it goes red, which I'm as you can see, I'm very pleased with myself. It did take a little bit of work to set it up. It's actually not that hard, but I messed it up several dozen times in trying to get it to work together, especially as well when when you copy paste or anything or move things around, that kind of gets in the way of stuff. Also, the way I've done it specifically is that the mods are the mod slots as they are shown in game. So actually, if we go into the game, so the mod order is the order as they are here. So if we go, for instance, into the Hive and go into its mods, if we actually scroll all the way down, we can see that when I shuffle between the mod slots, it's, it's the first one, the second. So this is the second one. Oh, wait, this is the first one on the left. The second one is this one on the right. And this is the third one. So that's the order of them. So that's also there. And then, of course, all of the names and such are there so that, you can just fill them all in. And this, I feel, is a tool that I needed for myself quite a bit, at least. I wanted to also kind of implement it in this way just so we can easily see. As for instance, if I go to my own one here, it is kind of half filled in, and I still have to do character 4, but I can already very quickly see that actually this duration mod, for instance, up there, I don't have that on several of the characters. Not that they matter, of course. Now, of course, all of them are here, and some of them don't matter. So, for instance, there is stuff like scan range on the drone. Where's the drone? I'm trying to find it real quick. The drone scan range. Yeah, because anytime you would have the scan range, for instance, you would, if you're using the drone that can do scan range, which is the tactician drone, the spotting drone, basically, you'll have sharpshooter, and you'll have very likely access to its mods, which are not included in here. None of the specialization mods are included in here because, of course, you just unlock them. But yeah, there is also normal mods of those, which are basically completely useless. They're still in this list. Same for the +1 mortar, which if you're using the mortar, you're using demo, and then you have the +2 from demo. So unless you're in that very brief window where you haven't fully leveled up, gone through the complete list of upgrading your specialization, which is, of course, a very brief period. But yeah, this as a tool, I feel, is actually pretty useful, and I'll be definitely using it myself. I'll link, of course, to it. You can just copy it to your own drive, start filling it in, keeping track of the skill mods, and then making it a lot easier to kind of transfer them around. Because at a glance from now on, I'll just keep this tab open for myself, and just if I have a few skill mods that are max, I can kind of look at this and go like, oh, that one I have already maxed out on all my characters, and then maybe decide to share it or just throw it in the trash. And this was one that I've been meaning to make for a while, and the empty one, of course, starts as yellow. Any input that happens, it'll start to kind of show reds and greens. So I hope that will be useful to some. Weird ending there, as I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's kind of fun. Now, let's take this, let's take outro, and let's get out of here. As we've been going for way too long, actually. I know this now. Wait, really? I've been at it for 2 hours? Okay. That didn't feel that long. Yeah, let's round this out. What's the next video? This was build collection. Oh yeah, so we have that one. Although we'll likely do call for backup as the next one, but I do want to kind of introduce this one as well. And then that one goes after this one, because this one needs that. Yeah, for those that don't know, I usually my build ideas, they just go on post-it notes. So I have a shit ton of post-it notes here. That also just allows me to reorder them like that. And then on the front, I put like the name of the video and then like what series it's going to be in. And then on the back, I put some notes. But that's usually all I need in the end. And then if I need more notes, I'll actually put it in my notepad. But yeah, this one's basically done. So yeah, DPS, yeah. Yeah. Let's outro this. And thus we come to the end of this video. And yeah, I did want to, of course, as always with each season, give build collection updates. Although, of course, this one was very minimal, as in the end, there were more changes than this, definitely, to the build collection. Mostly it was Lexington's going in a lot of spots, as of course, yeah, Lexington is Lexingtoning away and is doing pretty powerful things. So it did get added to a lot of build pictures and such, and I shifted around some other builds here and there and just fixed up some mistakes here and there as well. But this was the major addition and changes, as especially refractors. A few refractors came in, and that also meant that a few other builds kind of vacated some spots for them. They, of course, those build pictures are still at the very bottom of the build collection. They are the X builds. They start with an X instead of a number. Those are builds that used to exist, basically, and or used to be part of the collection and no longer are. Several of the last ones in those lines are some of the ones that we removed recently. Yeah, that kind of then together with some of the conflict builds coming in, as I did want to have a few spots for some conflict builds, and I might actually expand that still as well to one more even. So likely I'll shuffle some stuff around to make some spot on character 1 for that, together with that folder coming in for it as well, as I'll kind of play around in that as well, and any build that I kind of like, because a bunch of them will likely live in my stash, and I'll just grab them as needed or as I want to play around with them. But I'll definitely make build pictures out of them and add them to the conflict/Dark Sun folder. And of course, just one minor highlighted build there of one of the headhunters swapping out. And of course, the tool for the skill mod tracker. As I find myself finding that very useful, so I was wanting to share the news on that one, and maybe it'll help others out as well. But yeah, for now, thank you for joining me. For our next future videos, we're actually going to go into a debate item that has been going on, and here and there has been kind of plopping up. I've been forgetting about it, as honestly the core of this happened quite a while ago, more than a year and a half ago, of DPS and what it should be at 0. At 0 time, what should DPS be? What I'm going to say is that it's 0. At 0, it should be 0, and there is nothing else that could actually work, is my opinion on that. I've debated this point as well, and kind of, put it to rest here and there, although, it's been creeping up again, so I kind of want to address it again, and do so better than I have done in the past, as I feel, by actually going through the debates. And that's also sometimes the point of discussion. You sometimes learn actually, okay, this is because of this. I couldn't explain it yet. I understood it, but how to best explain it. So I feel I have those tools now, so we'll go into that. So kind of math-heavy debates, kind of theoretical kind of piece. Then as well, I do want to make things and stuff coming up, and the next build showcase will actually be Refactor. As we saw the trio there, they will actually likely feature prominently in that. Should be no surprise. So I hope you joined me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And I hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. There we go. That arrow for those watching live, that's for the video, of course. And the stream is not ending, but the video that we're recording is. And this video will go up tomorrow evening, so I'll stitch it together and get it going for then. What is the total final runtime? Mm-mm-mm. 50 minutes. I know. I wanted to hit 45, but I didn't, so. And that was a lot of talking. Let's go back here. Also, actually, for those here and maybe interested in this in this multi-tracker thing, it will be also in the tomorrow's video as a link. I'll put this one. So it lives in the guides folder, but it lives in like a side folder of it. So it's not that easy to find, but I'll just link to it there, and then like whenever people need it. But it lives in because there's a guides folder, and then there's the guide images and spreadsheets, and this will live in here. Because I don't know where else to kind of put it. I was thinking maybe with the damage calculators and stuff, but it doesn't make too much sense there. I think I'll put it in here and then put it also into the skill guide. because we can just edit an extra header in there just for this, just for so people have it. Although as well, I'll have one up in the. There's one at the end of the build collection, but that one's basically my one with my stats filled in. But you can just copy this one as well, and then you can just like delete, like, you know, you can just delete my numbers and fill in your own.
It's hard to look people in the eye sometimes.
Let's go back here. Let me catch up here. And hey, there's Swiss. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Although I feel I overused my voice a little bit there with that. Yeah, let's go conflict then. I don't know if anybody's out there that is interested in joining me for some conflict. If you are, make it known.
To see you, Agent.
And otherwise we'll jump in a minute. You know what? I'm going to go in with the Iron Lung first. Actually, no, I'm going to go in with the Pesty first. Let's go in for the first. We got the firewall. Hey, how long did it take for you to farm all the mods for your character? I mean, thing is that in general, you can get by with just having 3 of each mod. Except for like some stuff like PFE. I do it a little weird. Oh, or do you mean the skill mods? Because that was I mean, I have like 10k hours in this, but some of the mods, I mean, I'm still not that maxed out. And like, as you can see, there's a bunch of red spots, and actually character 4 isn't filled in, which is likely the worst one. Because one of the things I noticed, especially like, how do I not have 5 skill damage or 5 damage for the hive and stuff, especially. So I do need to grind out a little bit more of those. But there are actually, some of them are rare. Although some of my character ones are really low is actually the thing I need to kind of fix. Because some have, you know, like really low on some mods that are a little rarer. I'm gonna use Walker over Fenris on the capacitor one because I'm using Ninja Bike. You gain 5 weapon damage and then 5 DTA if you go Walker. With Fenris, you would gain reload, which also can work. You would get 10 weapon damage and 30 reload. But the capacitor reload is already pretty fast, so. I get Bombing's loading up. Actually, well, if you're loading up, and actually, did none of the else want to do? No. I'm gonna jump into a match. I'll just make it a skirmish, hopefully, and I'll be out by in a minute. Actually, I'll jump into voice here as well. Already.
Wipe out the enemy before you run out of reinforcements.
Skirmish, nice.
Hostile explosive
All the
hive
jammers.
detected. Hostile stinger
He
hive
is
detected.
Groot.
Agent down.
What killed you? Oh. That killed you. I need my ping charge.
An agent needs assistance.
I'm gonna go around. Nah. Should have met back. Shouldn't have. I didn't realize how far behind my allies were. I saw them being there, but I should have realized that they were respawning. They were just by there. I guess we could add a column for how many of each mod you have.
Agent down.
As you can see. Well, this one is specifically skill mods, though, is the thing. Although, yeah, we could add that.
Now active.
The thing is... Go for it.
The boost is being taken by the
Thing is, there's a lot of those as well. I could actually add those at the bottom, so we could add a number for each or something. Because I wouldn't mind, but yeah, that will be a future edition. Is that from there? missiles from there. One of back.
An agent needs assistance. Hostile defender drone detected.
Might as well to just stay out.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
I'm gonna do something silly. It'll hopefully work out.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
But he's not up here? But he was up here. Oh, he's tossing them from there over here. No person want to be up here. Recon by fire. But yeah, we could actually, yeah, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea, actually.
A specialization supply drop has been arranged for you.
Agent down.
I'm just gonna go for a flank. We have so much lead here.
Supply drop being claimed by friendly. The specialization supply drop has been claimed by an ally.
There was one guy in range of that, so there's a guy still back there. But I don't see him. There he is.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Let's go hunting. Sucks to be you.
If the enemy doesn't turn this around, they'll be pulled out. Nobody's pulling out. The fight goes on. There are no more reinforcements. Eliminate
The enemy loses more, they'll get pulled out.
Hostile defender
Nobody
drone
pulls out. Everybody
detected.
fights. They know where I am. Ah, big one.
Serious trauma detected.
Look at that, John. Come on, finish me.
Agent incapacitated.
Gonna make you finish me. There we go.
Agent killed.
That's kind of a good option or something. So for Kantan is especially good for quantity, which you'll want early on.
halfway to the finish.
Because, you know, if you just have 11 nines and stuff, that's good enough. You know, that'll get you back. And
An agent
then
needs assistance.
legendary especially is good later on,
Hostile
where
stinger
you're
hive
going
detected.
for
Agent down.
quality. Because especially things like 13 PFEs and stuff, they're, or maxed out mods especially. That's some bad shooting on both of us.
Boost about to activate. Boost online.
It's the last guy.
It's a win. Solid work.
Do-do-do. But yeah, starting out, just go Kantan, and then later on, where you're just more looking, because you'll reach a point where just you need maxed out ones more so, and then legendary is definitely a good option. So both summit or if it's in one of the strongholds is like really good. But in general, just yeah, going after targeted gear mods. Then review of the thermal knee pads. No, overall, not really. I mean, everybody else has basically already said. I generally don't do like, hey, this is a new item. This is how amazing it is kind of videos. I'd rather let it simmer for a little bit because otherwise you also get a bunch of stuff wrong if you don't pay good attention to it. And that match felt kind of good. Feel like I made a difference there. But overall, the thing is with the thermal as well, is that to me it's kind of broken at the time being. And we're 3 pretty good close in score. And I'll hop out of here. 3.2. Wait, I went 10 and 2. Okay. Beginner's luck, I would say there. The RPM and the LMG is good. I mean, the Petsy, they bumped it up to be pretty high by itself. And then, yeah, here I'm running it with Umbra, so it becomes even more. But RPM by itself is also not the end-all be-all. Here, though, for, yeah, getting a few stacks on players. Although the Petsy, the stacks, honestly, in most of it, becomes more of a just, it'll be a way for it to finish enemies off. And there we got 6 levels in that one. But yeah, I got a pretty decent kill counter. But yeah, we got 6 levels in one go. Conflict nowadays, actually, for leveling can be good, especially if you're decent, which I'm not. So that one was more of a fluke than my regular play.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Bam, I don't know if you're up already or I don't know if anybody else as well. If you do want to join us, it's the last day. There is triple XP on conflict, and also this weekly still of this week was a conflict one, so you can get pretty quickly a bunch of levels because in just 5 matches you can get a dozen or so levels. But also, yeah, going back to Terminal. So for me, the Terminal, kind of like Centurion last season, where it was a little bit broken because you get both buffs on one weapon. You could swap to pistol and get, the magazine sight and the reload speed buff, and then swap back and get both basically on one weapon. Although you had to actually do it 3 times. So I'm explaining it wrong, but the Terminals, they double dip on a lot of things. Although actually I need to kind of retest it. Everybody keeps saying DTA and DTH. DTH definitely no, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting the feeling it's also not DTA actually. I think it's just detox and glass and opportunistic and like the other like more, but from the stat and to me it seems it's just detox. It's not DTA as well. But I would need to do some more testing, but it is basically if you're running this, if you want to run it and you're kind of okay with it, I wouldn't do it per se by being, although in group settings and stuff, this wouldn't be the thing anyway. Run it with glass. Glass is double dipping. Have detox on your weapon. Detox is double dipping. Maybe even go LMG. And basically the split damage, you get the glass basically on the initial hit, and then this damage that splits off, that gets glass again. And that's kind of broken. And it gets detox as well again. So that the split shot is doing basically with glass and detox AR is doing 43% more on that split. So let's say it's like 21.5, smeared over both. And even if you're shooting at one target, it is still doing that split basically. So you can extract, especially if you're running glass. Spotter works too, but yeah, spotter is less, of course. But yeah, you can just melt kind of a group. You basically kill the second thing you're hitting faster than the main thing you're hitting, which is actually a little hilarious.
Another agent.
Hey.
Oh, and hey, the ban. Yeah. How are you
I
doing?
almost died here when you were talking. I muted myself and I inhaled some. I can't drink. I inhaled some water and I almost died here.
Well, don't die in real life. If you die in real life, you die in the game. You know how that works.
Yeah, it's too hardcore.
Yeah. Inverse hardcore. Speaking of which, let me actually grab a notice there. I don't have the remote pulse.
Yeah, so in the end, I didn't craft any of the Umber pieces because I tried to craft a little bit. All I got was everything except crit damage. I got every time I said like I want weapon handling, I get weapon handling. I said I want crit chance, I get crit chance. Want a headshot, I get headshot.
Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Although that one should be too hard to farm. We can do it in the
Yeah.
coming week. You ready? Set up
Yes.
everything. Let's take it in. I went to the lady and then I went to the match. Okay, so yeah, 66. Let's see if we can. Definitely 70 is within grasp. We'll pass the 69.
Today I learned that I'm a speedrunner elitist.
I mean, of course. Did somebody use protection from elite against you, or?
Nah. I mean, there was someone that made. I'm not gonna name anyone. There was someone that made a clip about someone blocking 7 people in countdown. I watched the clip like 10 times. There was nobody. They made like a U around the door, so everyone was shooting. And I was like, okay, who you want to kick? Then that's what I like talked to them that they just getting mad and all that. And after that, they were like, haha, speedrunner is saying that our old builds are trash. Why don't you go say everyone their build is trash?
I mean, okay.
And
Don't mind if I do. Striker.
after that, he was like, there's no one in front of the door. Then he took a screenshot from a guy standing in front of a door. But that was after the encounter was done. Like after they killed the whole spawn from the door, he went for the loot. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Then I just ended it there.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not worth it. And a orbiter. Isn't Sparta also double dipping? Yeah. But you do need to have both enemies pulsed. And especially now with it being just 6 seconds. Because you also, so you would need to basically like scan everybody. It's a little less practical, basically. Glass is the much easier one, which always is active. Because yeah, with pulse you would need the target it's transferring to, and yeah, you have no control over it. It just jumps around. It just, so you would need to have basically everybody pulsed in the area. And now with it being just 6 seconds, like in the past when it was 20 seconds with the linked laser pointer, specifically. Although if you do it with like a pulse or something, yeah, it's a little bit more consistent.
Defeat the enemy before your reinforcements are spent.
But yeah, basically anything that is either damage from all sources, so spotter and glass and opportunistic kind of fit that, or is basically a debuff or like opportunistic, or even technically, I haven't tested it yet, but I'm betting that.
Hostile drone detected.
I didn't see anyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna pulse in a few seconds. I'm gonna pulse.
They down. All of them.
Yeah.
Like I see 3, I don't see 4th. Oh no, 4th is on the bridge. He's alone. He's alone.
I'm gonna cover her right.
I'm gonna push from behind.
Sorry for the
There
kill
you go.
steal.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Now they behind you. Watch out from the bridge.
Yeah. Oh, one's pushing up. Second pushing up on my right. That one's very low.
Detected. Agent out of
Second shooter.
Wait,
Yeah.
he's getting revived. I'm getting
Yeah,
him. I'm
get
getting
him.
him with the stinger. Nice.
Two of them there. Two of them both in there.
signs.
Yeah, I see. He's still getting lit up by the.
Hostile
Yeah.
hive
Is
detected.
that? There's gonna be the guy in the back. I just need my teammate to do.
Are they still there?
Yeah, they're still there. See,
I'm
still
pushing
there.
up from
The green guy.
behind.
Yeah, go.
Is he on this side or? Okay.
Nice, you got him. He's gonna be behind us now.
Hostile Stinger
Yeah.
Hive
Yeah,
detected.
he's already there. He's already there. 2.
Where?
On the other side, on their side of the bridge.
Ah, okay. Yeah, trying to bridge fight this is kind of hard.
One is below, yeah. Alright.
An agent needs assistance.
He's gonna die to the bleed. It's on the far side.
Yeah, one behind me here, so annoyingly.
Agent down. Serious trauma detected.
He's got down
Agent
the
out of action.
I don't know from what.
Boost about to come online.
I killed one on that side. That's
Agent
one.
Yeah, my
vital
teammate got
signs, 0.
down to here on the bridge, but I don't know from what.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm respawning in. Get over there.
The enemy
Get the armor, get
firing the
armor.
boost.
I'm gonna go and go for the revive. Oh, he needs to move out of the, because I can't do anything. Yeah, I can revive him. He stays there. Oh, maybe not.
Still on the bridge?
Oh no, can't do anything. Bro's taking too long to move. Couldn't get in cover. Oh, yeah, they still on the bridge. They're still on the bridge. One is close. One is close. Right behind the closest.
Pulsing in a second. All 4 are there.
I downed the guy on the close side. Nice. One is on the right side. Like in there, like in the back still.
Hostile defender drone.
Yeah, also
Yeah,
my hive is
one.
getting one.
One is behind you. Downstairs, yeah.
Fell back, I need to get my Umbra.
Fire it. Fire on him. Down.
Oh,
Nice.
keep yanking your kills.
An agent
Oh, it's
needs
fine, it's fine.
assistance.
I mean, I have just
One's
11 bullets.
yeah,
Doesn't
2
matter.
pushing, 2 pushing.
He's almost dead.
Yeah,
Hostile Stinger
Ah, it's fine,
Hive
it's fine, it's fine.
detected.
One jump down, yeah,
Yeah.
you see him. One is still on the bridge.
Hostile
got
Hive detected.
the one on the bridge. Wait, where did the other one go? Wasn't that guy get, or was it the revive? I thought it was gonna revive.
One is on the right side down
Sending you
below.
specialization
Because he
supply
killed our
drop.
teammate there.
Yeah,
Question why he's gonna go after that.
it's kind of pushing right. Kind of chasing.
They're on the bridge again.
Can come up behind them. I'm gonna actually risk it. I'm gonna push up with this guy.
Yeah, I got lit up by the 2. But yeah, you in the back, you in their back. One is killed by the guy, he already threw his hive away.
Yeah, he's getting away though.
It's fine, I can come from the back.
Yeah.
Serious trauma
What's that?
detected.
What's that, med packs?
Agent out of action.
Yeah, he's pushing.
Agent
No, he's
deceased.
he pushed past the gate. He's on that left side. One of them. I think 2 on that side now. So watch out coming through the gateway there.
Agent down.
Gonna deplete some of his stinger.
A friendly is claiming the supply drop.
Hostile defender drone detected.
The specialization supply drop has expired. You missed out. You're halfway
We
through
can
the
try
fight.
to. I'm pulsing now. Get away, actually. Our teammates were here. We could try to
the
push on the.
back.
Yeah, that stinger is on that gate there.
I
That's.
mean, I can get it if I climb out of the truck.
Yeah. We could also just try to go around. We have an advantage on score.
Alright, I got it. I think he has creeping death because I got blood from the other guys. Yeah, they close. I don't know if left or right side.
Oh, that's. He's stick at me.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
Bleeds
Serious
got me.
trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
Oh, let's push to the right side. Like this is not a worthwhile fight.
Agent deceased.
You're
Because they're gonna
running
actually
low
catch
on
back up on
reinforcements.
score.
Still have one.
Are
What's
you-
through the
oh.
cover? Sure. Yeah, they on left side, 2 of them.
Yeah,
Boost
but
about to
let's not fight them there. Like this is suicide. What we're doing there is suicide.
The rogues have run out of reinforcements. You
Yeah, I tried to
can't
fall back,
win
but I
this.
didn't.
Boost
Couldn't
online.
get. Are they already on top of here?
The boost is being
Getting
taken
the
by
boost?
allies.
Are they? So they push through, or
Boost has been
what
taken
do
by
you mean?
They pushed through. They like he's on top of me right now. On your
Okay.
left side, I think maybe behind you. Yeah, he's on the corner here. If you can see him, maybe. Oh, where is he? He went back, I think. Because he was right here on top of me.
Okay, but that's gonna. He's up here. He's up here. Just one remaining. I have pulse
Yeah,
in 2
Yeah,
seconds.
just one. I think it's the skill guy. Yeah, that's the skill guy.
No threat detected. So he's either like all the way on the left back, or he like respawned as in this spawn. Just left, I think. Oh, where's that?
Yeah, because we still had like
You won.
2 minutes.
Well
Yeah.
done.
INT.
Yeah, you left.
But yeah, when it's a fight like that against like a fortified like that, we should just go around. Like trying to fight through that is just not gonna end well. Especially when we have the advantage. Are you planning on giving the Bighorn headshot Hasbro build a go? Yes. In my opinion, so much in the people. Never shows how good the Hasbro is when we're in my opinion. Yeah, having the region there actually, because especially with my place, I end up quite often living quite a while and running out of med packs. So having region kind of help with that would help. I don't per se have the pieces for it at the time, so it's also not too hard of a build to get together. Only downside though is headshotting, which is not my strength. As you can kind of see there as well, I'm kind of mostly going body shots, honestly. And I'm gonna rotate.
90. Let's go.
67.
You're gonna get the 69 today.
Oh, definitely. But hopefully also a little bit more than that. And hey there, Gustavo. Well, am I Nokia's brother or is he mine? Wait, that's the same thing. Although maybe I'm just, conceptually I'm like Nokia's dad. Does that make him Toasty's dad maybe? Because if I'm his granddad, is that the line? Is that how it goes?
But Toasty already has a dad. It's Rice.
Ah.
He left for the milk. That's why he was gone for so long.
Ah.
And now he's gone again.
I mean, you got to get that milk in Tarkov, so. Actually, do we have milk as one of the the random shit we get?
No. At least, what do you mean, like random?
No, the trinkets. Is one of them milk? Actually, I'm trying to think of. You know, they're just the random pickups from backpacks and stuff.
I don't know.
Yeah. Could be a silly thing to make with that. Just should check my inventory in between. I did see that UDT guy there.
Yeah, but he's alone.
Yeah.
He has a bighorn armor regen build.
Yeah, we see them
But
as a
one of
group.
them-
I'm just gonna avoid them. Because I've also already shown that, yeah, they're basically stream sniping and using. They're watching the stream. At least, well, the other one was. Which, yeah, in itself is a form of cheating. Which is amazing that that person kind of thought that they did.
Hostile. Explosive signal mine detected.
The other guy is just bum rushing.
Hostile drone detected.
I think one is middle. Yeah, middle.
I'm kind of on the right side. I can support you in a sec. There's definitely one on the right here as well.
Fighting you on the right side, like they shooting to the middle. Oh, sorry, to the right
Yeah.
side.
Got the Pulstron. Oh,
Serious
sniper.
trauma detected.
Oh yeah, he's sniping again.
Yeah.
Agent down.
I'm hoping this guy.
An agent needs assistance. Hostile defender drone detected.
I don't know.
Yeah, but no, more, sorry, all more of them are in the middle. So then then the UDT guy is gonna just find an angle to snipe from.
I'm just hoping that just finishes him.
Guy run behind the corner on me.
I'm falling back.
Down them. Nice. Right side, one is on the right side.
There's two on the right side here. At least there
Okay.
were.
It's not doing much. I think one of them is the sniper.
Yeah,
Hostile stinger hive detected.
he was on this right side corner. This guy's gonna
I'm
get himself
surprised that he's
killed.
holding like a nasty sniper rifle on me.
Boost about to come online.
He's on this right side. I
Boost
think.
now active.
Pushing over here.
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
Hostile.
Yeah, they
Explosive
got
signal mine
one here.
detected.
There's one in the middle.
I'm gonna let you charge up if you need to. One behind, one behind.
One on the left side here. Snipers
Sniper?
also. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the nemesis.
Yeah, I felt the body shot.
Okay. Did he shot you from the left side?
Didn't see the shot.
The boost is being taken by
As we're getting past detect at the time, so
the enemy
Okay.
has acquired the boost.
no idea. Pulsing?
I think he... Yeah, I think that guy that was falling back now is the sniper.
Just getting a few shots
Hostile
in.
defender
But yeah,
drone
they have damage
detected.
bonus now, so
Yeah, the nemesis can one-shot body shot maybe.
don't know what the damage bonus is. Oh shit. Poor timing.
Vital signs critical. Agent incapacitated.
Nice.
An agent needs assistance. Agent killed.
Yeah, he's in the back.
Yeah, I'm at 8-second respawn.
It's fine.
If you have to fall
Okay,
back,
can.
the other guy is right there with you, so
Hostile drone detected.
but also we
Only if I had a really fast cooldown on the sticky, I could sticky him. But I can't, sadly.
are you on the left side or right side still? Right
They
side.
still right side. At least the sniper is. He's kind of peeking the middle
Yeah.
from their spawn. To the
Yeah,
right
no
side.
more you guys. Because I was so far out I can see you guys.
Detected.
Is that the mortar? Yeah, one is mortar.
One's on the middle.
Push in, push in.
Agent down.
A specialization supply drop has been arranged for you.
Stagger
Immediate medical
plus
assistance
kill.
needed.
Yeah.
Agent out of action.
Why are you not on fire?
One behind, one behind. I don't know if you...
Agent
Two?
vital signs,
Two
0.
behind.
I'm
An agent
Yeah.
needs assistance.
destroyed from... I don't have armor kits.
And
I was gonna last there. I didn't know where to look.
It's really learning.
Explosive
Yeah, no
signal
worries.
line
And yeah, thanks for the kind words and
Supply
just
drop is
checking
being
in.
claimed by the enemy.
And
The specialization supply drop has been
as
claimed by
always,
the enemy.
I appreciate the kind words. And there was
Yeah,
more
the
to come.
sniper is holding middle.
Yeah.
Set him on fire.
Hostile Stinger hive detected.
Gonna pulse in a sec. Okay.
The guy in the middle is the sniper.
Ah, fuck.
Immediate medical assistance.
Oh, he has the
needed.
mortar, but
Nah.
yeah, no longer.
Agent out of action.
Let's just try to
Right,
quickly
launch.
get the spotting drone. We need to get that spotting drone out. I don't know if you still sight on it.
Agent killed.
With the mortar guy? Nope.
Fight is halfway done.
Giving that one up for free. Do-do-do. Pushes for
An agent needs assistance.
one on the left side. Yeah, one's pushing.
Yeah, he's camping the left side, so they spawn camping us now.
Yeah, I saw moving there.
Agent down. Hostile artillery turret detected.
You don't
Ah.
have many reinforcements left.
Really?
Immediate medical
Wait,
assistance
where
needed.
even? I'm calling shenanigans there.
Agent down.
Recon by fire.
An agent needs
Yeah,
assistance.
sure. Yeah,
There are no more
that was 100% in the range.
I mean, mortar set.
I think they put that guy pushed too much. It's gonna.
Agent down.
We have no, we're not respawn.
I am. So
Okay.
Boost about to
going
activate.
to last one. No, it's not. Okay, it don't matter because he has the mortar there.
Yeah.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah.
Immediate medical assistance.
And then the
needed.
sniper out there as well.
Agent incapacitated. Boost on.
It's a loss. Sorry.
How it was
Hostile
hardwired
explosive Sigma
mortar. Okay.
detected.
Oh yeah, still hits hard enough. That's also why I didn't actually insta kill. At least we pushed him on the start. Guy was lance fire shot with an. Yeah. I wouldn't be too surprised if there was some shenaniganery happening there. But at least this time it wasn't four of them.
I mean, that guy for sure, like, has some. You don't see him, but he sees you. Kind of like.
I mean, he has a drone
shoot
up,
beacon.
but even
like
even more than that, it seems a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's like, the drone doesn't do much, but he's like peeking that he can shoot you, but you can't shoot him. Some kind of like pixel peeking.
There's any good skill builds other than explosive builds for conflicts in many region, big horns, pushing them is a nightmare. I mean, just yeah, mortar. You can also go seeker spam, and especially the pulse is kind of handy there. In conflict, hardwired is 10 seconds, so still like the old numbers. But even every 10 seconds pulsing is kind of thingy. But the thing is, it depends also on what your team is and stuff. because you're kind of leaving it up to them at that point. Because honestly, a mortar by itself isn't that dangerous. A mortar that is, you know, getting covered by 3 other good players is. That's kind of also quite often the thing. But yeah, you can go actually just with especially fire sticky or fire cam and stuff on top as well.
Torch down.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being dead at some point and kind of inspecting this guy.
Someone's going for total armor. Okay. Umbra, okay.
Yeah, that's just gonna melt.
Bestie. And I didn't catch the last one.
Yeah, neither.
One is, I think he had double, like 2 YAL, so he's pulse rush. Hit like Umbra with 2 YAL with Ninja Bike, so.
But is he getting shot in the face resistance? We'll
I don't
find
know.
that.
And this kind of map, like, I can just shoot normally
Yeah.
with sniper.
The other guy, like we have that delete guy now.
Yeah.
Let's
Just
also
wanna
after this
boost.
just jump out, clean up, so we're not in the same rotation.
Sure.
Wipe out the enemy before you run out of
But
reinforcements.
also here, I actually just want to be dead at some point, and I want to just have a look at how he's playing.
I want to lose so he loses. I want to cut my own hand off so he doesn't have his hand.
Hostile drone detected.
Or they all go on the left side.
Don't push Jack,
explosive
using
Sigma
skill
mine
bridge.
detected.
Yeah, left side, 2
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
landed 0 shots.
Only if I could aim though.
Left side.
Oh, I didn't change my skills to be.
I'm gonna double back and kind of cover our left because otherwise,
And here in the garden.
Hostile Hive
Okay,
detected.
I don't know how I hit that, but okay. I think the window was a little bit bigger. Only if I had Oxy though.
I have 2 over
messed up.
here.
Yeah, they 3 of them are there. He's pushing me from behind. He's
Okay,
coming
and that's
through
where it
the-
went. He's on the ladder. Did he go up or not?
He's pushing now. He's under the ladder now.
Okay. Welcome friendly there.
One more pushing.
Oh, he's actually communicating.
Got him.
I push behind him.
Who's communicating?
The delete guy. Yeah, he's just doing callouts.
I don't see anything.
Voice.
Oh, I have voice
Roof
disabled.
one.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Boost
Okay.
about to come online.
I was thinking, like, where did you get it? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Where was
Yes, I
he?
can now.
Oh,
Take
he's
my oxy.
yeah,
Take
he's
2
getting
on the roof.
revived. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He has a skill build. That was a skill build, I think.
Gonna push left side.
Yeah, now I can put my oxy on that I actually need.
Hostile explosive Sigma mine detected.
I hope they see that
One is
one
on the
pushing on the
right side.
right. Yeah.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
Oh shit. How did I not see this guy?
Detected.
He's on the roof.
Agent
No,
One is on the roof.
there's one in the alleyway.
Yeah, one climbed on our roof.
Yeah, I'm on other side.
Boost will soon deactivate.
He's gonna put a stinger down here somewhere.
The boost is now
We have one
offline.
roof, our roof.
An agent needs assistance.
He's camping there now.
Multiple skill users, so watch out for that.
Right, single.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down. Agent killed.
It's always the downside of skill wheels. So yeah, for instance, actually what they're running there is one of the other options you have. But that's basically creeping that on
Hostile hive detected.
just high-end pieces to make status pretty high, and then you're basically just a fire stick and a fire cam. Or maybe even a stinger hive and stuff.
I've sent
You know
the
where they are?
specialization supply drop your way.
Sending out my drone.
We're 7 and
Anything
13,
close?
so...
Nothing right, nothing close, right?
No.
Left side, one is on the roof.
Okay.
On the other side.
I'm gonna cross over.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Well, what got the lead there?
Agent down.
Gonna
was
go for the...
Hostile.
One is
explosive
still on the
mine
roof.
detected.
Yeah, gonna go for the boost.
Just a skill kill guy.
Friendly claiming the supply drop. The specialization supply drop was just picked up by a friendly.
One on the right, I think they're right. Or... Yeah, one on the right.
How did he set me on?
Assistance.
Maybe he sent someone on fire behind me? Would creep in that?
Yeah, there was someone
Why?
up with you.
One is pushing alley.
Well, if I could inspect it, but I can't for some reason. I think when the wave is imminent, like real close, then it's not available.
Yeah.
One is pushing left side in the garden. Behind us, behind side in the garden.
It's in the middle.
You're halfway through the fight.
He's here, guard.
It's on the roof there.
I'm gonna push the left side here. We're 10 and 5. One's with me here.
One is from their roof, shooting the cams.
Serious trauma detected.
Nothing right.
Dude, Pers, you don't have good position. Get out. Stick with one roof.
Stinger's getting something
Yeah,
on.
Stringer's getting something on our roof.
He's not gonna do much from there.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Well, annoyingly, he's spinning me down, kind of.
From our roof?
Yeah, I mean, I can't move
Boost
anymore.
about to activate.
I'm actually gonna fall back if I have to.
He's gonna peek, I can maybe get him.
They pushing on our roof. Right side.
Boost
Got him?
online.
Oh, sticky. There's one on their roof as well. It's got
Immediate medical
Yeah,
assistance.
he's
Gonna
still
met back
he's there
there,
the
yeah.
whole time.
Agent out of action.
Yeah, it actually does something in PvP, right? You know what? I didn't even remember that. Does that actually help a lot in PvP? Because they did
what?
add that. Rolling, helping with fire.
The enemy is acquiring a
I don't
boost.
know if it actually works.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
I mean, it
The boost
works,
has been
but
taken by
how
the
much it
enemy.
is there. That's also the same for like bleed if you don't move.
Hostile hive detected.
I'm gonna go help my teammate here.
Assistance needed. Agent out of action. Agent vital signs 0.
Also, we're trading up. So
Agent down.
we're 7M1. This is ours to lose, which we just shouldn't. Is there still on the right side anything?
I don't see anything on the right side because my drone is not in the range, but one is still on the roof. So watch out for that.
There are no more rogue reinforcements. Eliminate whoever's left.
Oh, not under the line, right?
Two
Two on the roof now.
Ours or theirs?
There's.
I'm sending you a specialization supply drop.
I'm gonna go around. They have no more lives, so we just need to. I'm gonna go and try and help you, the team.
Hostile Stinger hive detected. An agent needs assistance.
Pestilence is mad again. One. Oh, he's left. He rage quit it.
I'll just risk it.
Going for extra XP.
That would
Been out.
I didn't even ADS there. Just
Victory is yours. Good job.
more trying to get out of the way of the other guy. Actually, I was running Boots Arrive a lot yesterday. I do actually kind of like it for that. Although it wouldn't help against that fire. Like, that fire is way too strong. But especially when somebody has Iron Lung, I've been pulling out the boost there. But more so on the capacitor version, where we have an extra skill tier as well to cope with it. But actually, yeah, I forgot totally about rolling with... We should actually play around with that. Because they did add all that stuff to, like, DZ and PvP, but it's not a PvE thing, so...
And
I just
bleeding,
never...
when you don't move, you don't
Yeah.
bleed much as when you move around. Yeah. Never
Yeah.
forget about those.
Yeah, same here. Actually, somebody brought it up in chat. Mark brought it up in chat. And I went like, oh yeah, I remember those patch notes. Yeah. But we didn't get to do as much as they denied him the roof.
Mm-hmm.
What is a full-time assistant as a thing? Is there anywhere a list of these and what all of these mean?
I think maybe from year one, like
Yeah,
when the PvP was
just
more.
maybe on the wiki or something.
I just noticed when you like have the upper right corner where you have like the scoreboard results, when you can just move.
Oh, it's likely
between them.
most assist actually. Yeah.
When you move between those on the top right, there's in the black, like black text that you can't even see it because the background is black. It's like matchmaking in, and then there's a countdown.
I just killed someone in my chat apparently. Hopefully you killed me too at some point. Then it's even. Oh yeah, we were gonna. But yeah, it's fine. We should have cycled that. Regen Hasbro.
We are 3.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. We have delete. He's gonna just shoot everyone with Nemesis.
Oh, this map again.
Yep. Back to
God damn it, George, and your town.
I don't like the message because you need to charge it when you aim. Like it's maybe good when you like peeking around the corner, but if you like
Yeah.
quick scope,
The thing is just
quick
it can
scope from cover, it's better.
it can hit hard. Of course, the thing. For Wabbit or Wabbit. I need a brander. Well, if you're hunting for a Wabbit outfit, well, I feel tomorrow, although actually not tomorrow because it'll likely be the last item. It'll be after like
Hostile defender
6
drone
or 7 days
detected.
of.
Hostile seeker mine detected.
I'm just gonna play defensively here.
Okay, so he's not even maybe like going for headshots. While I'm going for headshots, his build
They're
is
playing
great.
with big.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
no,
pushing,
they're
pushing.
on our-
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are they on
They're
our...
here. They're on this side.
Oh, we're already here.
System curtailed. System reactivated. Immediate medical assistance needed.
He's pushing.
Agent down.
Okay.
Agent
Sure, maybe
vital
if you're up for
signs,
it,
zero.
leave the sniping to him because we kind of need one more,
Agent
like,
down.
just shooter.
He's not sniping, he changed from sniper to beacon.
Ah, okay. Ah, okay. That's what you're saying.
Hostile stinger hive detected. An agent
They
needs
pushing hard.
assistance. Agent down.
Can I shoot my skills out of the spawn because I'm aiming my cam, spamming it, and it's not shooting?
Agent
It
down.
just does
I think the
thing where
spam
you
here
can't
leads
shoot
all
it.
the way into the
Agent vital
street.
signs, zero.
But I should be able to shoot from our spawn.
Cams are weird always.
Yeah, they push too much, so
Yeah.
it's flip spawns. Yeah, that's nice. So my cam is useless from spawn. Nice, good to know.
It's not always, but I think this spawn is always wonky with that. Is that a shot towards you? Gonna put my head on the
No.
right side.
He's middle, two middle.
2 middle, yeah. And, hurry up.
Boost. About to come online. Hostile defender drone detected.
It wasn't enough?
An agent needs assistance. Vital signs.
Oh, sure, dude.
Yeah.
Agent incapacitated.
How does he's
Four
literally standing
armor
under
bars.
me.
Or
Zero.
3, or at least 2, like, armor balls. This pushing is kind of hard to beat.
The boost is being taken by the enemy. And the enemy has acquired a boost.
Oh, they're here already.
Agent down.
I shot him 2 times in the head. He's not dead. He's still alive.
Immediate.
2 times, same guy in the head.
We might have to pull you out.
Agent out of
I wouldn't be too surprised if maybe some shenaniganery is also
Agent
going on
vital
here.
signs. Zero.
It was trying. Yeah, these guys are just.
Come.
Hostile seeker mine detected.
Can't change.
One.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, they push too much.
An agent needs
So
assistance.
now it's flipped the spawns.
System.
How is he?
Immediate.
Yeah,
medical
region.
assistance needed.
Like Umbras versus. The regions, I would say, is kind of like the counter to Umbras as well.
Now.
But then they like die to trading builds. At least it's not a full.
It's over. They were too strong.
Is everything getting mercenary? But also, it wasn't like a 60 now. Yeah. This guy with 40 scores, Hakai. I think the two of them as well were just kind of like coordinated and kind of pushing hard. Let's exit out. Actually, let's get cleaned up once, and then also be in a different rotation.
You are
Yeah, I need to buy break, so
That works out too as well. Actually, I could
Be
use
right
one
back.
too. So I'm gonna get cleaned up first, and then quickly buy you.
Best gear in the city. I've got it right here.
And especially a big one on a Gits player is kind of hard to deal with. The thing is though that if that was me, if like the effectiveness of that build goes down, I'm not as good of a aim as some of those guys were. I do want to mess around with it. This definitely seems interesting. I wouldn't mind having like a Hasbro build in general anyway. Just not caring about hazards. Together as well with having some setup which is like pulse protected. Because honestly, just getting around, especially if I'm like kind of solo, basically the second there is a pulse, I can break off from the team and just kind of go around,
Looking for something?
which could be a thing. And a few Yao pieces here and there, and a closet there as well.
Nice doing business.
But I have the blueprints, so. Seeing as they're touching some of the named items, I'd be curious to see if tomorrow maybe some of these reconstructed caches might have some items again. Although they're not really touching them in a substantial way, but still. And yeah, let me clean up this last one. I'm gonna quickly bio as well, and I'll be right back. And we're just gonna keep conflicting. Also, as well, if anybody else wants to join us for a few matches, feel free to say so, and we'll get you in here. But yeah, I'll be right back as soon as I find this scene. There we go. Found it. I'll be right back.
The base of operations is on high alert. Civilians must undergo a body search to gain access to the safe area.
There we go. Nice. Let's get back in here.
another
And
agent
hit
has
again.
joined your group.
You've been summoned by game there, Pamik, I see. And yeah, he's indeed here to carry my ass.
no, I'm here to miss every single shot with the sniper.
Or that. And if anybody else actually does want to join us, feel free to let me know.
Nice to see you.
Did I clean up everything? I cleaned up everything. You know what? Let's take Iron Lung for like 2 matches.
Just thinking if I should just go still D-Tug on the sniper. Or just keep with the damage to armor.
Damage would be small. Thing is, like, yeah, you do take some shots here at least that would be, you know, they would be in cover. But most of the shots are still going to be like people running around in the open, right?
Yeah. So I might just
Yeah.
still just go. I'm gonna try detox for this one. Or the snipers.
Let's start the matchmaker.
Goodbye.
And I need to have a. We need to have a not team or anything. Actually, I should abandon this. See if we get a different PvP one. Keep trying to just get a priority objective there that is conflict, but there is a conflict one, right? In priority, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's like
Yeah.
finish a conflict match. Or...
Yeah, I've been here and there remembering to like re-roll and then try to get PvP one, but I keep getting like DZ ones. Oh yeah, there's actually definitely get kills and win a match, right? Or play
Yeah.
match. Richard, wicked build man. No, here, yeah, I don't have like anything like that.
Link bonk, the teleporting cheater.
Yeah. I'll take it anyway. He's not actually that hard. Yeah. Let's see.
I can't wait to be on the roof, sniping, and he teleports behind me.
George Town again. God damn it, George. I want to be in your town. I don't dislike this map, but it's very campy.
Yep, it's just a roof.
Mm.
And I'm the problem.
Are we part of the problem or part of the solution? Well, I'm part of the solution, but that solution is to cause some problems.
Wipe out the enemy before you run out of reinforcements.
Also, as well, I should have actually gone back to remote spells here.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Just gonna hive this right side. Get my brush stacked up. All three of you are up there, so watch out for a creeping death. 3 of them are up there as well.
Hostile defender drone detected. Hostile hive detected. Agent down.
Can't put my drone away. Like, send it somewhere.
I kind of want to go flank.
Can they all just aim in here?
Oh, one's no one's here. He's a skill guy there, I think.
Hostile
Oh, no,
seeker
he's
hive
skill guy.
detected.
It's way too easy.
Is I'm gonna finish that guy? Or maybe not.
An agent
Yeah,
needs
like the
assistance.
Bastille landing, like just staying on me for 2 hours.
Oh yeah, it stays for 10 seconds, so... Yeah, the other guy's getting revived there.
Yeah, one time mate is pushing the roof, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna try and support him. Wait, he got it. What happened to the guy up there then?
One was down, maybe he didn't finish it. Because I downed one on the roof. Maybe he didn't finish it and...
No, one
No
there.
one is on me.
Bullet King. That's an interesting choice.
If one was
Second.
on me. Another are pushing
Medical
me.
assistance needed.
They're up to here.
Boost about to activate.
I think they pushing
We
me.
should push the
Explosive seeker
advantage
mine
here.
detected. Boost online.
Don't know where he is. That's where he is. Hey, I love skilling me some yellow
Boost.
jackets.
Allies have
All four
acquired the
pushing
boost.
our guy on the roof.
No, well, 3.
Sorry?
One is
Oh yeah, because
respawning. So
one is respawning.
I'm gonna
From
go
here
try
I can
help.
see this. If he gets out of it, from here I can see the ladder if they climb up.
And one.
What about the respawning guy?
Hostile defender drone detected.
He's already coming. He's going through the middle back.
What's this guy doing? Why are you pushing in? Did he pop a
Agent down.
med spray? Must have.
Serious trauma.
One is pushing middle.
An agent needs assistance.
Yeah, I needed to med back there.
There are two in the middle there. I don't know if they went to the... No, they're not in on the roof.
Oh, one's back here.
The enemy can't keep up.
Nice.
They're about to get pulled out.
I put my drone right there. If you can pull back, maybe.
No, I need to do. I'm out of med bags and like
Oh, it's yeah, okay.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
I need them. And hey there,
Agent
GC.
deceased.
And thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Let me get you a shout out there. And I hope you had a good stream, and thanks for sending everybody this away.
Down.
And welcome in, raiders. And over here we're doing some conflicting. Well, the conflicting is good while the triple XP is up.
I've sent a specialization supply drop your
Our side, are they,
One's still alive.
are they on our side or your side?
Hostile.
My side.
Explosive seeker mine detected.
So movement in the middle there. Gonna try the left corridor here. Are they downstairs there?
An agent needs assistance.
One down here.
Got one. Gonna finish him real quick so I don't have the pesty anymore. One is climbing up, I think. Maybe? No.
One is down here. Got him.
Hostile hive detected.
Second here.
The enemy
He's respawning, watch out. Downed.
The specialization supply
Oh,
drop
nice.
has fallen into
He
enemy
saved me there.
hands.
There
Yeah,
we go. Yeah, I just wanted to get some in before Mercy there.
Victory. They won't be coming back now.
And yeah, Ling Bang didn't make a difference there. Might just be a very shitty internet connection. Like literally the word. He's like not even on dial-up, he's just sending like mail. Just like actual paper mail. He's writing out the packets and putting them in the mail. And it will
That reminds
change.
me of some video that was kind of like a joke. That guy had like 14 kills playing with a good, like playing good player, playing with the bad player. The bad player had like one kill. The good player had like 14. But he had like, there was like high ping, but he was telling him to expand it. So he expanded. It was like super long number, and he said how he plays is he puts all the inputs 2 rounds before.
Yeah. Just be precognitioned. Hey, let's take a screenshot here. We have reached a really nice level finally.
Yeah, now I need to hit 96.
It was the
so I can put it
summer
next to it.
of 69. It was the conflict level of 69.
I'm thinking maybe just not going determined.
Wait,
Like,
how did I go
to-
6-1 and I'm like third on score? Judge,
I don't know.
I want to recount.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm literally like, yeah, high skills, highest assist, highest damage. Although, yeah, the score here is especially as well. If you do if you get the thingy right, is a lot of scored supply drop and stuff like that.
I did
Judge!
not much that round, like this match, and I am highest on the score. Yeah, sure. I take it.
I mean, headshot kills and stuff as well. Because yeah, accolades and stuff.
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna not go 2 snipers in case I get pushed. I'm gonna just go second weapon with something. Like normal AR or something.
Is going director work in PvP? Yes, just in the same way as in PvE. If the OD player marks an enemy and then that enemy dies, you know, they need to status effect that they're marked, then killed, and then the team gets OD. But yeah, same. I actually, is it the same amount? I don't remember. I could actually, you can always toggle. So with all of the skills, if you like have the builds and stuff, or all of the skills, I mean, talents and stuff, you can toggle that PvP thing, toggle PV, or like toggle normalized. In a lot of menus, it's called like that, and then it'll tell you what it does in PvP. Somebody was trying to go for team elimination. That's a full red striker. That's a seeker, Umbra, and a regen. Wait, this is not way.
And he's going kind of Hasbro regen a little bit.
Well, also, yeah, 3-piece Gila, which is the third piece is 10% armor. Instead of, like, even Emperor's Guard would have been better there. And thanks for the pain, Essie. And you're welcome for the pain. I mean, we had to. What indeed, nice.
I should have taken the Lexington out so I could put it as the secondary. I have it in the stash, so because I move it between the raid character and the main.
Yeah.
In the first one.
At least you have two. It would suck to be like some other people that have only one, right?
I like the.
Although I feel kind of bad because that's an in joke.
Yeah.
Because a certain person might actually be watching it. Well, especially this place.
Before you run out of reinforcements.
If it's any consolation on main account, I've kept one in the stash in solidarity. I've just not taken it at the stash, that second one. These guys are just going. I'm gonna try to keep up with them.
Hostile drone detected.
Gonna give it a few more seconds and then pulse.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Okay, 2 on this side, 3 on this side, 4 on this side, 3 on this side. I'm gonna push up with our ally over there.
Detected.
Nice.
Hostile seeker mine detected.
Getting the spotting drone out of the way.
I'm sending my spotter drone close to you.
They're all on this side, right?
Yeah, they are all there.
Gonna send in my hive. I'm gonna break right and try to go from the right side.
There's 3 on the right. 3 on the right. Kind of spread it.
Yeah, they know
They're
we're,
waiting for you.
yeah.
They're waiting for you down there.
I noticed.
Overwhelming. Overwhelming. Oh, they miss Russian.
Ah, that name tag confused the shit out of me there.
Agent down.
Where's the guy?
Super annoying.
Agent
he's on the
vital
right side.
signs 0.
Oh, a long respawn. But that allowed the rest of the team to push in there.
Agent down.
Who's that? I'm going back. So I can't do much as a sniper.
Yeah.
So I get one-shotted.
And then that guy shouldn't have held there in there. But we traded.
I mean, you
Boost.
missing my
About to come
headshots.
online.
Where are they?
Pushing me.
Hostile explosive seeker mine
Or maybe not.
detected.
One's downstairs, one
Boost
downstairs.
now active.
He's going underneath.
One is so close
The
to me.
boost is being taken by allies.
Yeah, I can't do anything. I'm getting pushed.
That agent needs assistance.
They all on the left side. I think they push in now the
Boost
bridge.
has been taken by allies. Hostile stinger
Let's
hive
follow
detected.
him.
Hostile seeker mine detected. Hostile drone detected. Agent down.
I'm gonna actually fall back from here.
Yeah. I don't know whose camps are there, but I can't ignite them.
They're enemy. I'm gonna go on a flanking mission. It's really only chance I have. There's one on the left corridor, because that's my hive hitting him. Well, there might be.
All on the left side.
Don't ask me why I thought that was a player. I'm going on a long flank.
One close on top.
Assistance.
Yeah, I'm not
Hello?
anywhere near
That
to
was a
help you.
headshot game. Don't even try. Like, what the fuck?
Agent down.
There was nothing else closer that wouldn't be headshot. Like, well, get it.
Good one.
Like with a headshot, the game just decides not to do the headshot thing.
An agent needs assistance.
Do you know where they are?
Left side, one is close, one is on the bridge.
A specialization supply drop has been arranged for you.
They're close on the left side.
I need to kill this guy.
They're on the
Hostile
truck
stinger
right in front of
hive
me.
detected.
I think at least one of them is.
On this side of the door or the other side?
Hostile drone detected.
Sorry.
Supply drop is
He's on the
being
bridge.
claimed by the
On the
enemy.
bridge now. Coming to you, I think.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Ah.
Serious
Oh,
trauma
tried it.
detected. Agent incapacitated.
Worth it.
Oh yeah, he's staggering him, so I can't hit the headshot. Good job. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Going for
Yeah, on the
the.
bridge.
I'm gonna
maybe
go
I
for
can get-
the thingy.
They far away from my drone now.
Supply drop being claimed by friendly.
The other guy again. I'm gonna go up on your
The
side.
specialization supply drop has been claimed by an ally.
Go on the left side. He's close. He's close. He's close.
Yeah,
On the
just gonna
stairs. He's under
Send
the
that
bridge now.
over.
He's jumping around. He's on the right side.
So on this door,
Halfway to the finish.
Yeah, he's close.
I'm gonna push through and try to get. They're across here. One's pushed left on the left side, yeah. For the mortar's guy.
Agent down.
Okay. He's close on the right side, on top.
I'm not anywhere I can really help you.
I don't understand. This guy, every time I hit his head, it's not a headshot.
Agent
Yeah,
down.
we
not
got
like
a
I'm
good
moving.
shot on
You
it.
don't have many reinforcements left.
It's... Yeah, why am I even trying? Well, he's close on our side.
The rogues have run out of reinforcements. You can
That's
win
Sure,
this.
dude.
We got this. And if somebody's down there, I have accidentally got someone.
An agent needs
There we
assistance.
go there.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected. Boost
One.
about to activate.
He's gonna go for the finish. Come on, go for the finish.
Hostile drone detected. Boost online.
I think it's the skill little guy.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Yeah.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah.
Agent
I'll
out.
get that one more kill. Although actually, gettable if somebody can get me.
The enemy is acquiring the boost.
I just bomb rush him. There's only two of them.
Agent killed.
You're
And
out
one of them is separated. The other
reinforcements.
one's going to be on
Hang
the...
in there.
One is on the
The
bridge.
boost has been taken
Yeah, yeah.
by the
But
enemy.
it's 3 versus 2, and the other guy's on where the boost was. Because there are the
Agent
lives.
down.
But watch out, we're out of lives.
Yeah, I don't have a push-in build for this.
Yeah, the other should have done it. But watch out, we're 3 versus 2, so it's not a great situation to be in. I'm gonna risk it.
One is still on the bridge, but it's a skilled guy.
I got spotted going in.
An agent needs assistance.
Ah,
Serious trauma detected.
I don't know why it crossed over there. I
Agent
shouldn't have. I should have gone around the
taken.
back.
Agent deceased.
That was literally a hit, come on. And even if it wasn't a headshot, it was still a body shot, like...
And sometimes it's just laggy.
I've sent a specialization supply drop your way.
What are they saying in Russian,
Hostile
actually?
explosive seeker
And
mine
I've-
detected.
Anybody can translate that? Yeah, that shit with brand sets, exactly. It's the hot shit.
That guy to peek.
Ah, okay. I mean, not surprising, but also like,
I'll just finish
Down
it.
to one-on-one.
Thank you. And now I have determined. Now I can just...
yeah. Also, watch out. 57 seconds.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Went too far away.
Boost about to come online. Boost now active.
The specialization supply drop has expired.
So I'm running back. Gonna put it to the middle. Oh yeah, he's there.
3, 2, 1.
It's gonna be...
Score.
It was just falling back. So...
Yeah. Unlikely they'll win on score. Yeah. It's the downside of skills as well. They give a lot of score. Man. I played really badly on that last life. Because I should have gone all the way around. I had the time to do that. I just focused in on a target. Also, I kind of forgot that, or I was expecting that hive to be like deeper in as well. The long shtick, indeed. I mean, yeah, if you have a long enough shtick, you can just beat them from from everywhere. No one's gonna play. Oh yeah, if this was a hockey match, would have won. And this guy carried the team there. Although actually what he did was just get a lot of score just by assisting basically every kill. This was likely the skill guy. How'd we get there? Yeah, let's do a few more. Can actually go a little bit late, but not too late. But I'd be up for like another half hour at least. Also, actually, if anybody else wants to join us, feel free to say so. We can always back out and get others in if you want to join us. And then yeah, tomorrow we'll have a patch as well for those that maybe missed it. There's a patch coming in. There's going to be some spring event basically, which is also kind of good. Likely you'll have the Hoarder again. There's going to be a new named item, new named weapon attached to it. And this also means that they basically have, if they now just add like one in like July, every 2 months-ish, 3 months-ish, we have an event where the Hoarder will have like the special items, and then that'll be good for the coming time. Guess it'd be, you know, yeah. And there's also other minor things, but that's a clan.
Heartbreaker, status belt,
And 2 Umbras.
Umbra, and Umbra. Yeah.
Not sure Heartbreaker can be made to work in here, I feel with how bad Striker already performs in here, Heartbreaker's even worse stacking. Like, unless you're really in somebody's face and stacking with ACS.
I have a seeker bug when I just hear the sound of a seeker coming.
It's coming for you. That would make actually a pretty good horror movie thing. We should totally maybe do that for
We win 3 by
just
the way.
a seeker just chasing somebody. The Seeker coming to cinemas near you. I know, we are one down. Gonna charge man. Oh, that's
Yeah, I'm dead.
Agent down. Hostile
So-
defender drone.
could have
Detected.
met back there. I was hoping. I should have rolled actually.
Serious trauma
Does he have
detected.
creeping death? I think
Yeah.
he does, yeah.
He got all 3 of us with
Incapacitated.
them. There's also that thing is just either push through. Like holding there at the start is a little deadly like that.
Nice, shooting me already when I'm
Hostile stinger
getting
hive
responding,
detected.
yeah.
I'm gonna push to the left.
Downed 1. Finished. He's undercover. What is
That
my
one?
doing? I sent it to stand.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
I'm gonna give up.
Yeah, he's
Agent
on
killed.
you now.
Now at least pull them back, so now is the time to push. I was honestly trying to push around this right side is kind of like not unless you have like skills. That's our Oxy,
Killed
right?
2. I killed. Yeah, that's mine. That's mine. I think they push back. I don't see any
There's a
lines.
stinger here.
Yeah.
There's something here.
It's just he's spreading his fire. I don't see him from where.
Explosive delivery. There's a valve as well.
Yeah, he's on the right door.
Boost about to activate.
Somebody went full healer here.
Finished the. I killed the So, fire guys, so we can push them.
Skill coming in.
I'm dead. Maybe not.
An agent needs assistance.
There was a hive down. You should try to be in it.
Yeah,
Hostile defender
but I
drone.
couldn't get like into it because there was a stinger right next to it. Before I would get into it, I would die.
Hostile stinger hive
Try to
detected.
get med back up, med kit out.
Agent down. Allies are acquiring the boost. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Steer one. It's annoying that both of them were there.
Okay, sure. Put your fire on me when I'm already out of the range.
An agent needs
Fuck off.
assistance.
It's just visually what happens and server-wise what happens are two different things. And it's always that way, but in conflict it is. You know, when we're PvP, and that's more, it's just more noticeable.
Vital signs critical. Agent down.
Because what you're seeing and what the server thinks is two different things. So just like that's just normal.
Agent down.
Let's try to push from the left here. Also, yeah, you might want to just drop one at like, because you'll get like a kill here or there, but that's not gonna.
Yeah, but in combat I can't swap.
Yeah, I mean like on the next left.
An agent needs assistance.
You're running low on reinforcements.
Because they don't have vision. They don't have like a pulse going 100% of the time or something like that. That's really the thing we have to kind
The
of use.
specialization supply drop has been arranged for you. You need to turn this around, or we're going to have to pull you out.
Trying to keep him busy to buy you guys some. Although this is a loss. It's too annoying. And I'm just trying to
Oh, it's
harass.
Hostile defender drone detected. Hostile stinger hive detected. Immediate medical assistance needed. An agent needs assistance.
The fight is halfway done. The specialization supply drop has expired. You missed out.
Is it out of lives for you as well? Yeah. Let's try to get a kill in here.
Agent down.
Few more.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Might as well
Agent
get some
vital
squirt.
signs 0.
Yeah, neither had it ends. And in the end, we did actually get their score down a little bit, so we did something. The wiggles. Oh, they didn't get to have a positive KD, but that's fine. On to the next one. And let's bash out a few more and then that'll be a lot of conflicting having done this week. Well, definitely I'm gonna jump into conflict here and there on some evenings, especially if like the daily or something is conflict, or the weekly has some conflict or something. I'll indulge. But yeah, I don't mind also going back to some just PvEing after a lot of PvPing. Walk it off. I'm gonna guess that's for surviving like a lot of status effect or something.
Is the same guys?
Weren't they 4?
No,
Last
they were
time?
3.
Yeah, this is like
Oh, another
super annoying
guy.
too.
Never mind. So they have 2 status guys.
Yeah. At least this map is a lot less campy. Because the thing is as well, if they take that high ground there, we should just give up on that. Like, there's no good way to fight up against that high ground from downstairs, especially against like skills on top. So what we should do is just break out from a different side. Here, at least, if they go for the spawn gap, that's not the same result. Well, a fight with us.
Neutralize all enemies.
I think it's the
before you
same
run out
as
of reinforcements.
last match. Let's push the right in the middle.
I think, yeah.
No,
They are on right
on
side.
right side. And he's coming already. No, with my hive there.
Explosive seeker
I'm
mine
gonna save
detected.
my pulse for later.
What was the grenade? Explosion. Oh, maybe it's
That's
the friendly.
Yeah, it's explosive delivery. They're shooting through that middle area.
Hostile stinger hive detected.
Gonna pulse now.
One is running left side.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Nah, that's so there. But it
Agent
got popped. That wasn't what happened there, of course. Can't see what
Okay.
it is.
He doesn't have armor, but thanks Stinger and my capacitor at the same time.
Where happened? What was that?
Oh, left side. It was the left side guy that was pushing along.
Okay. Left side middle or left side?
He was middle, but I don't know
Okay.
where he went now.
An agent needs assistance.
Gonna take the middle here. They're on the right side, I see.
Yeah, it's in the middle right side. I don't know where he is. I think he pushed back, Oh, Seeker.
Agent down.
Oh, EMP.
System curtailed.
Left side or middle? Middle. So more from the left, or the two pushing here?
Restored.
They're pushing right side too.
Right.
Boost now active.
They have a skill guy there.
Yeah, I'd rather go on the left here.
Malfunctioning.
Hive landing where we were.
Explosive seeker mine detected.
I'm gonna push him to try to finish one
Just
off.
wanna get the boost. Got damage.
Taken by allies. The boost has been taken by allies.
Play right side to them.
Yeah, I'm finding this guy in the middle.
He doesn't have Stinger anymore on the right side.
Gonna try to intercept this. Two of them.
System curtailed. System restored.
I don't mind the pocket medic.
Detected.
So we're... Oh no, we're done.
I'm dead, I'm dead. Oh, maybe not.
Hey Dad, I'm Ikea.
Hostile
Hey,
defender drone detected.
He's shooting from the middle? Or was someone shooting wrong direction first?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Too many of them pushed on the left side
Agent
here.
out of action. Agent vital signs 0.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Oh yeah, Twitch chat is sometimes weird.
An agent needs assistance.
Fall back if you guys have to, because it'll be 4 versus 2. But if we can keep that too.
I'm gonna push the right side there. How is he shooting it behind? Oh yeah, it's just... Why am I questioning? It's can bounce it off the wall because it's fire cam. Yeah,
Agent
Was that the
down.
right side?
they push in. Like middle.
Okay. I mean, yeah, they had 4 versus 2. Like, yeah, impulse.
But I'm just thinking how he got the angle there. Maybe he shoot it over, like the wall.
Hopefully this lands on our half. I'm just gonna wait for you guys to get here. No, it's on there. It's literally
The
in their
enemy is
base.
about to claim the supply drop.
Armor?
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Middle left, middle
Supply drop
left.
has been taken by the enemy.
I'm gonna give it a few more seconds and then
Oh.
pause.
More? Leading from what? I think trauma.
Yeah, could be. Pulsing? All left, all left.
Yeah, all of them. Where is he? You hear him so close. One is pushing right side, one is pushing right side.
Yeah. Still have a hive on that. I have a hive on that right side still as well, so still need to get through that.
He's trying to shoot it.
Defender drone.
Hopefully that guy's glass. That might actually kill him.
I don't know.
I'm just being annoying. Setting stuff on fire and getting out.
So the skill guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to. If you guys be the anvil, I'll be the hammer. I'm gonna push far left and then kind of come from their side.
Yeah, they are all facing us here now.
Okay.
I'm gonna beat them like, with this.
Yeah,
So they try to shoot
the
it.
pulse gave it away. I'm still gonna
push
try
with you.
to.
I'm gonna push with you. So they try. So they have to decide to fall back or fight it. I think they fell back. Nice.
They're kind of pushing me. The fire cam guy is trying to get me.
Set him on fire. He's dead.
Mine detected.
Give him his own medicine.
If the enemy doesn't turn this around, they'll be pulled out.
Boost about to activate.
Nice. You have the stinger there.
No, it was
Go
only
real
2
quick
charges though,
and
but
Boost online.
do this.
it's just early warning basically. One behind
One behind,
us.
one behind, yeah.
Oh, there.
He's going for the boost.
Let's go. Deny him that.
Nobody's pulling out. The fight goes on. There are no more rogue reinforcements.
Allies are acquiring the boost.
Stinger, they have the Stinger
destroyed-
on this right side.
Allies have acquired the
They
boost.
destroyed Stinger on the middle.
Yeah. They have the skill build guys on the left side here. Or,
going to
well,
charge
their
up.
left side. Let's check the middle. I'm gonna push the middle. They're gonna try to likely spawn. Like we had damage buff as well there, so.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Behind, like
that's
the
fair.
box on the right, on the back. You good? Yeah, we have the Eula. Nice. He's like behind the cover there. Set one of him set on fire. I mean, I can trade this just real quick.
I'm just being annoying against them.
Nice. They were kinda in the back.
Yeah, they still are. There we go.
You won. Well
The beeping.
done.
And yeah, on a map where it's a little bit flatter and they can't take the high ground and just put stinger hives in our face.
I mean, one my shot messed it up because as soon as he put the fire cam on me, I shot. Ignited, killed all three of us. If I didn't shoot and we tried to roll out of it, maybe he wouldn't get us because I was right in the middle of it.
I mean, ignition would have been not. The other guy was also in it, so it would have hit him and would have still gotten all of us. But there as well, like they took that high ground on that, like across from our spawn. That's like impossible to kind of beat through if they have skills because they can just peek and they can see us coming. We can't see them coming. Here it's flat. That helps a lot against skills. Anyway, our
25 score.
healer he was actually instrumental to that, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's the downside of healing. You don't get much score.
That was the key to
Although you should have
this
just
whole-
shot some of the enemies, you would have gotten some assists here and there. So it's weird that he didn't. Because you might as well. Although I'm having explosive delivery is a weird choice. Like, at least have empathic or something.
Yeah, empathic would be good for the healing, but if he uses it to push, so he just throws it into the group, they get like some damage from the explosion.
It's not like that
In some
one time
maps.
that's gonna work out for you.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But I think I expected him when he was playing against us one time, and at least someone similar, and he just rolled repair skills on the chest because he didn't have anything better.
I'm gonna also actually this one thing I keep forgetting. I should have put the secondary on this. I should have put the Sleipnir. There was actually a few places here where I could have likely gotten some results with a Sleipnir. Yeah,
Even
let's
more
get a few
RPM.
more. Then do you remember how you got your black canary geared? I only have the canary black. All of the so in season 1 there was a bunch of black. So that version. So black canary, black red, black white. Those were all from season 1. They've definitely reissued them here and there. But yeah, they're not very common, so Glass striker? What?
Okay,
And the
the
healers.
skill bot guy left,
Yeah.
so at least that's that.
But yeah, the
But they
healer on
just-
that end.
Yep. So we're gonna need to push hard
Yeah.
if we want to kill them.
Well, especially if they keep a roof, or if they get the roof, it's gonna be hell.
Yep.
So let's
I'm on
try to
this
not
side,
let
so
them
I
win the roof
can't
at all.
charge up.
Still gonna be hell.
Yep. But I can see how to make the sniper build, not just go full out sniper build, and just go high end red build and just put sniper on it.
Yeah.
I think I could make it with unbreakable, and I don't know what
Wipe out the enemy
backpack
before
to
you
put
run
on it,
out of
maybe.
reinforcements.
Maybe still vigilance.
Yeah, vigilance for instance. There's just sniper around it. Yeah, not many people keep it around. Because for me as well, I don't remember all of them. Those I specifically remember. Although it might have, so it might have been either season 1 or 2 actually. The one is pushing left. 3 of them
Hostile
out
restore
here.
hive detected.
Down? Oh, okay.
On the left.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The best is gonna get in.
Agent out of action.
Try to pull out in time, but I couldn't.
Hostile
That's why I
defender
shouldn't have
drone
taken that fight.
detected.
So they're gonna try to come
Set
behind.
one guy on fire. Wait, I can do this real quick. I think I can do this. Take this. Put it there. And shoot from here.
An agent needs
Oh, hi.
assistance.
Are they pushing or?
Yeah, they're pushing. They're at our stairs. At least one was. Don't see the follow up. Might have been solo.
Oh, he's on the roof.
Agent down.
Didn't know about him.
Right on you, or
Yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
that was a
Agent out of action.
lot of headshots.
Agent vital signs 0.
Watch out, he's on the roof overwatching people coming in, so we shouldn't push on that left side of ours.
Are they all close now? He's running up. Some damage out. One is close on the ambulance on the left side.
Okay. See what if I can get anything.
Oh.
Yeah, I see him peeking. That's the glass guy.
Our teammate spends more time trash talking.
Yeah.
Hostile stinger
One close.
detected.
Down, dead.
Boost now
Oh, they
active.
push in. One is close on the.
Yeah, I have their flank loaded, but I can't really do enough here.
Got one.
Hostile restore hive detected.
I'm just getting their attention away from you guys.
Oh, dude, no. He decided to use the ladder when I was shooting him in the back. That was bad decision. He did use. He's using the ladder too.
Watch out about pushing up.
Stinger
Alive?
hive detected.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of them died.
The boost is being taken by the enemy.
Yeah, a respawn.
The enemy
just
has
gonna-
acquired the boost.
Quickly.
Hostile defender drone detected.
Nice stinger.
Damn. That wasn't even aimed for me. Okay, yeah. All 3 kind of forming up on the left side here. Or 3 of them forming on the left side.
Just watch out. Maybe some guy is gonna jump like on me now. Jump
There's one on
right
you?
through. Oh, they all
Push.
pushing now.
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm gonna get the healer real quick. If I can, I can. My hive got destroyed. But yeah, they were all jumping up, so they on their side of the roof. Yeah.
That's healing. I should go for the healer, of course, first.
Agent
But also,
out
yeah,
of
that
action.
guy's in the way. Yeah. You can't.
Agent killed.
Should come for the other. We need jammer, by the way. That's what we need. Although more on the capacitor one, we need it to be within 2 skill tiers.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
A specialization supply drop has been arranged for you.
One here.
Yeah, he's there. I'm charging up my Umbra a little bit for the healer. He's here.
Hostile
corner here.
Restore Hive detected.
Yeah, I got the healer if you can.
He's reviving him. He's trying to. He's
Hostile
dead right on
explosive
top of me.
signal mine detected. Agent down.
Yeah. Traded up. It's good.
Our teammate is just trash talking everyone. Just said that he's. Yeah, I'm doing nothing. Yeah, he's at the
Just
bottom.
leave it. Just we're in a really pretty close mag. Let's just,
The
if you
specialization
just
supply
just
drop
let him do what
fun.
he's doing, and then let's just win. There's one on their roof side. My hive triggered off. The healer is up
I need
here.
to charge. I need to charge. I need to charge.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he did EMP.
All 4 of them are
Agent
here.
needs assistance.
Got the armor guy.
halfway to the finish.
I've got on the medic.
I'm gonna. Oh, I can't revive. Got destroyed. On the stairs.
Yeah.
The rogues have run
That
out
all?
of reinforcements.
One
You
is down still on the
can
stairs.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Oh yeah, they don't have reinforcements. Why are we going back?
Yeah. I'll be on this side spawned. Right side there.
Yeah, yeah. They both there. They both there. Oh, one is close. I didn't know about it.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
The medic's on the, or something's on the right side here.
Agent
Yeah, it's
out
medic.
of action.
No, I don't think that was the medic. He killed me way too fast for now. It's also the medic, maybe.
The medic is down, but my teammate is just
Can't release.
trash talking.
Vital signs 0.
Reinforcements are running low.
Did they revive? Yeah, they
Yeah,
revived
they
the
revived.
healer.
Hostile Restore Hive detected.
Getting more at everyone notifications on Discord.
Boost online.
Where is he? Jesus Christ. Also, yeah, he's getting a report after this.
Oh yeah. Oh, our teammate is in front. Yeah, I'm going. Because he's gonna maybe try to get the boost.
Yeah. Let's just go.
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing.
I'll have
The
pulse in
enemy
a few
is acquiring a
seconds.
boost.
Yeah, they're on the boost.
The
At least
boost
one of
has
them.
been taken by the enemy.
One of them is the armor region guy, so he's gonna push.
Hostile Defender drone detected.
The healing hive is on the left here. They're on the roof, they're on the roof, one's on the roof. One.
An agent needs
Almost dead. I don't have any armor kits. I can't do
There are no more
anything.
reinforcements.
Open.
Yeah, nice. It's just the region armor guy on the roof.
Going to help this guy. Don't have vision though.
Agent down.
Yeah, if you can, maybe I'm gonna run to the top to you real quick. Try to help out. I'm coming.
Even with a... how is he around
Serious trauma detected.
even a firewall medpack, I should have been able to burn through like that.
Agent
Yeah.
deceased.
What was
He's
that?
still on the roof there. I see.
Yeah,
him
he's
now.
across there. Wait for your teammate and just double push him. But yeah, watch out as well. He's gonna be out of med packs. He used to, I think, because he quick meted and then
Stagger out of it.
yeah.
Victory is yours.
That guy just now go easy win.
Yep.
Yeah.
After he pushed with me, I killed down one guy. He can't even finish him or down the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aim labs is free. I think he can only hit targets in aim labs and the game.
Yeah. Hopefully he's on the other side on the next one. Let's do one more if you're up for it, and then
If he's gonna be on the other side and we're gonna fight against him, he's gonna call us cheaters.
at least, you know, he'll be too busy chatting it up instead of fighting. These long loads are annoying.
Yeah, conflict is loading simulator. Or just waiting simulator. Who even left?
Oh yeah, he wanted to give us a longer load just to be extra annoying. Also, yeah, so in that match he went 1-5 and he was shit talking. Noted.
Oh, it's nice that it still shows him. Normally when someone leaves, it doesn't show them at all.
We left after the end of it.
Oh yeah, so yeah, if he would leave like before. Yeah.
Yeah. It's annoying that you can't like do stuff here.
It would be nice if you can just change loadout.
Because it does deserve a report for
I mean,
just communication.
we can in the next match, or if you want to jump out now, and you can just in the chat.
Yeah, I can in the recent. Well, not if we jump out. That's why also we'll keep going.
Even if you jump out, the chat is still there.
Oh, the chat, yeah. Yeah, that will work as well. But here as well with recent.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it ever gonna find some? I didn't get to do too much that match, although I did my damage, but 5-5. Yeah, starting to find stuff. So I really need to eat after stream. Realize I didn't eat enough today at all. I got caught up in making that silly. Well, actually, in the end, it worked out pretty. Like, it turned out pretty well. But that skill mod thingy.
Are we in the match? Like, are you voting?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I got the bug where I'm just stuck in the.
Okay. Regen, skill build, and 2 Umbras.
So. Task manager.
Oh, wait, you're stuck? You mean?
Yeah, I'm stuck in it.
I'll back out. Because I think I'm just okay for one more match, but then I'll just. Oh, let me just report that guy first.
Yeah, the problem is that I'm not gonna have the chats anymore.
Defeat
That I
the
can't
enemy
report him
before
even.
your reinforcements are spent.
And yeah, not the nicest thing to do to my team, but just to have time for one match, so let's just link up and then do a full match.
Safe area detected.
Looks like don't need to restart, just press G. Yes.
something out?
Try that next sample. Currently,
G?
yeah.
Okay. I can try that.
You haven't been stuck yet. So, but in the meantime, I'm gonna clean up. Oh,
But it's still like stuck in the part before that, before I get the loading screen into the next match, so I don't think that will do anything.
yeah, I don't know either what. But yeah, it might be, you know, kind of like with the. Although that was more, that made more sense with like the countdown one, right? Like you long pressed escape at the end. You got the bad loading screen. Send to the chat. Oh, actually, I might have even. So, wait, no, wait, no, yeah, it's I was calling this person at. So, what? Also, yeah. So when you go this, that's when you do the server report.
We urge all civilians to stay vigilant. Hostiles have been spotted outside the safe area.
Do like the other guy just going, bro, you okay? Yeah, he did seem a little triggered. I wonder actually like what the history there is. Also, yeah, using slurs and stuff, so yeah. I know the guy that did the least as well tried to go like easy win as if he like was any part of it. That win was despite him, not because of him.
I mean, aim labs is free, so
He's not wrong. But also, usually people aren't mad that somebody else can't aim well, especially on the team. So that makes also not that much sense.
Thank you, Agent.
Yeah. But yeah, shit talkers exist and just laugh in their face and move on. Trigger them more and just move on. Hey, free angling.
finally loaded in.
Yes.
The
Let's
first
see.
time, like, the game started,
Good
but
to
when
see you.
it just went down, and I couldn't open it again. It was doing anything, which is weird.
Can I onto that yellow mask? Not that one.
But I saw what was the ideal guy running. It was three
Thanks for the deal.
y'all for Pulse Res, and then was Grupo and Foxes with Coyotes. So it was just great.
No.
And then just Nemesis on a crit build.
And that yell. Well, I have also plenty of y'all saved up, I should.
Another agent is now in your group.
Actually, no, I'm gonna go back to Bestie. Also, actually, let's make this a snipe.
Oh, I'm gonna clear up a little bit real quick.
No, I think I said I shouldn't. No, maybe that. Sometimes in the DZ is even worse. You have the one I despise more is, and that's also why I like. It's one of the things get more prevalent in DZ, and that really like just annoying. But yeah, people just spouting the vilest shit Just of course they're just doing it to get, you know, and reaction and stuff. But there is a point where it's just, I hope that they're not like that in real life for their sake. But then you get, you know, a fascist as the leader of the free world, and you go like, oh, okay, no, maybe there is more of them, and they actually also are like that actually in real life. So, yeah, if you didn't know, the server shutdown is imminent.
For the past 2 hours.
Yep, it has been imminent.
It's still coming.
Yeah.
Let's clear this.
Server shutdown emanating.
Do you want
Build a snowman?
Detailed harmony for beautification?
Oh, no. Stuff like that just doesn't get used. Or like I just don't use it enough of them to care.
Alright, I'm ready. Yep.
Because I feel as well I've taken most of my harmonies out. Yeah, let's see if we can get 72. So I'm at the cusp of it, and then we'll leave it at 72.
I think I'm on 494, so this one I might get 95.
Nice.
Which is not bad end.
Actually, do I still have...
Weekly?
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean the increased amount. Because I also did, of course, the projects on the other characters, and all of those count.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I think you should still do.
I mean, yeah, it depends. It's hard to know.
Heartbreaker, and I didn't catch anything else.
Yeah, me neither. And yeah, that guy's an easy kill if he's really that. Because I see some health and some armor regen.
Forky Balboa?
Yeah, that Heartbreaker guy.
Yeah. And he has a Vanguard on the chest without the shield.
Yeah, no. Who is Vanguard? He's Vanguard.
He is the Vanguard because he's the only one that's running Vanguard on the chest without using shield. It's the true Vanguard.
And I'm the only one showing my face. Common team in conflict, nobody shows their face.
I mean, if there was a like Sonic the Hedgehog mask, I would put it on. Even if it would look weird.
Wipe out the enemy before you run out of reinforcements.
Sonic! Did I swap my backpack? No.
Hey.
Let's see if I remember to do so. One left, so it's 4v3.
That was quick. I heard it wrong. Oh, it was ours.
Yeah. Don't see anything right
Don't
side.
see anything pass in the middle.
I'm gonna give it a few more seconds and then pulse. They're likely keeping...
Running middle, he's middle.
Yeah, middle and right. Can engage with you?
So they're gonna peek the right side now.
Hostile
So-
defender drone
Yeah.
detected.
Oh yeah, they're peeking now.
Wait, why can I put it up there?
One is a sniper.
I'm gonna bum rush this guy.
He's pushing you. Downed.
Nice. Push the other two. On the right side here. Kill him.
Serious
Got one.
trauma
I should have just
detected.
rolled the second I was disoriented there. One behind you.
Gonna
But
finish
you
this guy
know
real quick.
that.
Deceased.
He's in the middle, but where? Oh, I see him. But his drone gave him away. Sniper on the right side. I don't know if he's the right side or middle.
No. I'm pushing back up two guys and behind. So when I get notification, I have to end the game because I relate this into my computer inside the device. The thing is, especially, you have to resession at some point. So here, because we're in conflict, we're continuously resessioning. Like every new match, we're in a new server. All four of them are, or three of them are in the middle.
one
One's
is in
pushing on the
back.
left.
One is pushing left. Yeah, yeah. I'm pulling back.
Oh, why am I?
Serious
One
trauma
was throwing
detected.
bomb
Yeah.
nade.
Agent down. An agent.
There's one pushing.
Not.
Don't really
Oh yeah, I couldn't do anything
Agent killed.
because that wall
Boost
can be used as
about to
cover
come
for some
online.
reason. I think because there's a rock under it.
Well, basically, what that
Sorry,
message, the server message is just that server. It's only
boost is being taken
that
by
specific
the
server
enemy.
you're on. So the second you session or anything, it's basically it clears it up. One's on the left as well,
They close.
and I'd have the boost.
Hostile defender drone detected.
One is almost dead, but it's fine.
One's on the left there.
Oh, he's right behind the corner, right on me.
An agent needs
Pushing.
assistance.
Back, behind,
Hello?
behind us as well.
Where's my sticky going?
They're pushed all together.
My sticky got
Serious trauma.
two down when I tried to use it. For some reason.
I think we're still in the spawn. Well, like it considers. That would be too far. Well, maybe it was. Maybe they got the disrupt off.
Down.
I just bugged me.
Agent down. An agent needs
Through the
assistance.
truck. Good job. Server delay. Let's go.
That's yeah, it's awesome.
Serious trauma detected.
This one also feels very laggy.
Agent down.
Yeah, I mean, I was behind the
Really
truck
is.
shooting guy. He was shooting me through the truck.
Disease.
Oh no, that's Europe.
No cover here. Of course not.
I should have maybe swapped the mortar.
Agent down.
This is your last chance to come back before we have to pull you out. You're running low on reinforcements.
Just gonna refire this.
He's bleeding out. He's down.
I'm gonna push out with you. Come on. I need to charge up that.
He's
I'm
behind
sending you
there.
a specialization supply drop.
My teammate is getting him. He's getting him. One got down on the left side. I don't know if he's still downed or alive. I think he's dead. Yeah, he already spawned.
Oh, right side. There's already one here.
Detected. Serious trauma.
Two
detected.
here.
Agent down. Agent vital signs 0.
They got their back. Although, yeah, the rest of the team had died earlier. Should have. The downside of being a little tired.
Count one. My headshots.
Gonna put my hive on the left side there. But also, it's over. Well, actually, if they get one more kill on us, still.
Yeah, almost got the second one.
They forced you off the field.
Mercero.
It's over.
Well, let's do one more. That was a short one anyway. Also, not a good one to end on. Because yeah, they bunched up pretty well. And didn't get to do anything in return. I kept getting caught out. But it was also bad play. Partially. Yeah, let's take one more match for your first one. Then we'll call it.
We didn't have that much of a luck for the I think one of the rain was always like when they were pushing on the left side, he stayed on the right side just to cover one guy when he could like help a little bit on the left, but that's whatever.
Yeah. Also, I think that healing from the other guy wasn't. I'm not sure if he was like a healer. Actually, I think he was a skill build and he just put on a high one. It was a little bit of it. A wharf. Clips. Lingma. Pesty. And regen. Big one.
It's a Night Watcher to spam scanner,
Yeah, other teammates aren't that well.
but even in the conflict, the cooldown is super long, so it's
Yeah.
the Night Watcher is not gonna help that much. Hunter's Fury, Memento, okay, and Heartbreaker.
Most valuable community audience you build. That they give me money now. I feel that's gonna get clipped. I mean, I've gotten to meet a lot of people and stuff. That's
They voted
that's
team
kind of cool.
elimination.
Oh, god damn it!
Long one.
Yeah,
One left. Great start for team elimination, starting with 3.
yeah.
I just wanna jump out of this one and just get skirmish for the last one.
Shall we? I'm up for that. This is just take
Yeah,
too
I don't
long.
mind.
Even
Yeah.
like getting bum rushed.
And if we get bum rush, it's like 4 rounds, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like even if we just get trounced, it'll still take forever.
And if they like play it safe, then it's just one team holding grief, other team standing below trying to chip each other off. And then you have 10-minute rounds.
Because yeah, I just indeed agree with that. Just getting a skirmish in as one last one, and then
Another agent has joined your group.
at some point as well, I need to like my KD is kind of okay. My win loss isn't that great yet. Anyway, do you have 72? Let's see if we can get.
I feel like we're going back felt into that match. If it was that instant.
What else? To kind of go back to that question of what they like most about the community. Just
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
Yeah, you're back into the same one.
Hostile Defender drone detected.
yeah. Let's leave again, right?
Yeah, we need to wait for the
Agent
round to
down.
end.
And now, yeah, we need to like give it a minute, because that was still the first. Yeah. So I was getting out and like being all the way back out there. That was like. Yeah, that's the downside. It's gonna keep putting us back in here. Likely on that. It'll just take longer.
It already found one guy, so if we wait and it finds one guy, so with the in 3, then it's gonna be fine. Because then it's not gonna put us there when we're in the group of 2.
Entering safe area.
No, let's just clean our caches and stuff and take a minute.
Another agent is now in your group.
Actually, loading. But yeah, meeting people, and also even just more so a lot of. So on a bunch of stuff that I've made, some on stream, some on like through Discord, people have reached out and gone like, "Hey, I can maybe help with this," or like, "Hey, have you thought about doing this and this?" Same, for instance, recently, just one of the reasons we got a bunch of improvement to some of the macros was just it kind of come up in conversation. Then I posted mine, and then kind of people went like, "Hey, have you tried buying an equipment? And you can make the right-click crafting and stuff work and stuff." And like the whole conversation happened off of that. without.
Looking for something?
If I was kind of just by my lonesome, that would that wouldn't have happened. And so that's always kind of cool. Just there's other people thinking along and kind of creating things alongside. Oh, yay! I got my library complete.
Thanks for the deal.
I don't
Again.
have that bad of a backpack. From Yalam, it's concussion on it, so it's not that great, but even if I get shot at, I can still have some damage if I shoot back a little bit.
No, concussion was one of the old picks always. Yeah, let's.
Okay, so I have.
Oh, was that for the
backpack
sniper? Because concussion is
For
on
crit,
this.
it's for crit build. It's gonna be like crit build with the sniper.
Okay.
Here to check
The
something
thing
out.
is, it's gonna be on the second shot. This doesn't apply on the first.
Yeah. But I think if I were to use a nemesis, that it wouldn't matter much.
Yeah. But yeah, finally at 29,325, we have our library complete. That was actually this. They keep adding shit, of course, so we need to keep filling it back up in. But yeah, that LMG was the last one I needed there.
Yeah, I'm ready.
No, I'm just still giving it like a minute more.
Yeah,
Just in case. But yeah, let's take it out.
I think by that
Should
time
have
it already
backfilled by now.
come. Yeah.
You know. Okay, let's
I mean,
just
we
get a
not instantly
skirmish
back
in.
so that's a good sign.
Yeah, also, it's strange that they changed nearby and that stuff around.
Yeah, it kind of threw me off guard, and I was like, "Where's nearby?" And it's just
Yeah.
below.
Oh, there's just explosive resistance. And then stag. Okay. Just inspecting some nearby ones while we're raiding. I used to always love doing this. Just same in New York as well. You just stand around, you just go like and look at some people's stuff. Is this supposed to be DZ? Although, yeah, you could prep the chatterbox for one mag. Although if it is DZ, you would grind it up anyway. Yeah. This is the bad choice. Anarchist cookbook. Perfectly wicked isn't worth it. Yeah, let's get one last match in. Let's get our skirmish vote in. Well,
That's level 69, 31,
19.
500,
Yeah.
19.
This isn't gonna end well for them. There's nothing there, and also, yeah, we're gonna kill
60-hour playtime.
yeah the Elon Musk 888. The other 887, they were already killed, so let's kill this one in video games. Don't ban me.
Should I
Reddit.
just go sniper to a little bit level the playing field because I miss everything?
I feel these guys are not that easy to miss. But yeah, this is. I get the feeling we're gonna just bum rush this and it'll work out for us. Like
I mean, there were like two guys walking, aiming, and shooting, and I missed the headshot. So, it's not that hard for me to miss. But yeah, I need to turn my cheats on. Yeah, I forgot. Like that guy was saying that I'm cheating. I need to turn it back on.
Yep.
For the last one.
Yeah, we need to rage cheat. So.
Yeah. Oh no, I missed my shot. I need to turn it on aimbot so I don't miss anymore.
I'm willing to bet we're on US East as well here.
Yeah, because it's kind of late.
Yeah.
Defeat the enemy
Yeah.
before your reinforcements
Also,
are
the
spent.
choices of those builds, because those are not prime time choices, basically.
Why not? Let's do sniper.
Let's take the high ground. It's over, lobby players.
What is that logo?
Yeah. Is that supposed to just be grayed out? He just left at a
Hostile striker drone
weird
detected.
moment or something? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna pulse in a few seconds. Left side. Movement. Separated guy as
Yeah,
well.
one is going middle.
Yep.
An
I'm
agent
gonna go
needs
help
assistance.
with both of these.
Oh, I got headshotted by Elon Musk. I think they
Serious trauma detected.
could he be cheating?
Agent
I
what
think I
hostile
think
hive
Elon Musk
detected.
is being true to the real one.
Agent down.
I think he's cheating because I got one shotted right
Yeah.
away.
Agent deceased.
Which a drone doesn't do that even at 6 kill tiers here. Like it would just be chip damage.
Yeah, and he so far he did only headshots. I mean, look at him. He's rushing now. He's gonna one shot all of us.
Serious
Yeah.
trauma detected. Agent out of action.
Yeah, that's a great time.
An agent
Play.
needs assistance.
Yeah,
One
let's
drone.
release.
Agent killed.
One Musk. I can one shot you. Or you shoot me through a wall.
Because as a reminder as well, like I literally had no build as well.
I mean, he still doesn't have any build.
Agent down.
He's just
Boost about to act.
So that was an ST tick. That was my entire armor bar, and then the second tick was my
Boost online.
impressive. Let's just leave.
Agent vital signs 0.
Let's leave him with.
Hostile assault turret.
Let's see if we
detected.
can get a, because he'll be in this match still, so we don't get him again.
yeah.
And just to be on a different timer there. I think it's. Let me get the ulti in actually.
Safe
Thank you
area
for that.
detected.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean,
I've got what you want.
one of the things is, it's still. Whenever somebody I still also kind of don't know how to treat it and stuff. I'm not one to take compliments. Although I've definitely gotten better at just saying thank you, because that's the important part.
Another agent has joined your group.
And you just go like thanks for the thanks. But it still kind of makes me like go flesh in the cheeks and stuff. But like, and yeah, it feels good. Always, of course, but to be validated in that way. But mostly it's the money. Oh yeah, no. I'm not cynical enough today, man. I really need to eat something in a bit. So I'm just gonna.
And we're gonna get like 5 Cheetos in a row. And it's like, I won not plate. It just looks like normal. Oh, skirmish there.
Yeah.
Go back to
Yes.
George.
Yeah, spotter. And I didn't get the rest.
High end DPS and the Pavlov is the healer.
Oh, it's that guy. Oh.
One is like high end. I think it was 5 blues. High end DPS,
Yeah, I think that's the one I saw.
like the other two.
I'm not a fan of going up against that healer. But yeah. What are the chances Lexington will be the new named? Well, it specifically says new named weapon, right? So if it was the Lexington, they would have said Lexington. But yeah, let's see what we get now. Maybe we get something better.
All enemies before you run out
They
of
would try to hide it. They
reinforcements.
would just say like a special named weapon, like it's special, and guess what it is.
I mean, they would just say Lexington just to get the hype going. They would just say, "Hey, we're giving out to Lexington."
Is the drone gonna go there? It is. I aimed it at the right spot.
Kind of with my high right side.
I think someone is on the roof.
On their roof. Gonna pulse now.
Yeah, but they under me.
Yeah, they're
On the
all
corner.
underneath you.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
Trying to get their attention. My hive's
Hostile
going.
restore hive
Oh no,
detected.
that's
They have
something
a
else.
hive right under me.
Yeah,
Hostile
that
stinger hive
roof
detected.
you can't really.
I think they wanna
that,
push the
that was
roof.
skill build.
An agent needs assistance.
Okay, I don't know how
Medical
they're trying to cut
assistance
me, but
needed.
I ran into it.
Agent down. Agent deceased.
Yeah, no sniper because these guys are just gonna camp right there.
Hostile defender drone detected.
And I'm gonna hold
Wait
back
for my
here
scouts.
because they're likely gonna push through here. Oh, one's pushing in the middle here.
Downed.
The best tick will finish him.
Nice.
Oh, that did
Putting
it?
my drone too close to you.
There's definitely one on
middle.
the roof.
He's like on the container on the roof.
There
I
was
got
also one
An
on the roof.
agent needs assistance.
Got him on the roof, like on the container. Yeah, one is on the roof. Yeah, I see the line there now. I couldn't see it well.
Nice idiot trick push.
Yeah, two of them are on the roof.
Yeah, one of them is a
One is
skill
pushing
build.
the left side middle.
Side metal, okay.
Boost about to come online. Boost now active.
Finish that guy. They down now. They jumped down.
Yeah, they're going for the boost. I'm gonna try to intercept here. You got me with the
System
foul.
disrupted.
I'm gonna go for the boost actually. I'm gonna go to. I'll likely get surrounded and destroyed. But
System
Got one.
reactivated. An agent needs assistance. The enemy is acquiring the boost. The boost has been taken by the
I got the
enemy.
damage buff just in time.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Three on the roof.
Because if I actually didn't have the damage buff, I would have traded.
Agent down.
Also, I don't think my Umbra was charged anymore, but it's just me being tired. Not keeping too good track of it.
Three on the roof. One is like on the middle part somewhere. So I think he climbs up or something. Oh. Peek it again, dude.
Yeah,
Almost.
push kind of on the
He's-
left
He's picking
side.
it left side. Watch out! It's the skill guy, skill build guy.
Hostile explosive seeker mine detected.
One is on the roof. On the roof.
An agent needs
Okay.
assistance.
Kind of
Just
pushing
need-
the left here.
They going down the stair. Like they going behind us.
From what side? Right side, you mean?
Yeah. They jumped down from the. They
I see,
jumped
I see,
down
I see.
from the roof.
They're going for our roof in a second. I'm gonna
they
finish
were on
off
the
the
roof.
skill guy.
Hostile defender drone
There's that.
detected.
That worked that. But yeah, they know I'm here.
I didn't get the finish, so I don't have determined.
I've sent a specialization supply drop your way.
Yeah, they're close.
Hostile Stinger Hive detected.
I'm gonna try to
One
get
is still on
behind
the
them.
roof, I think, maybe. I
Okay.
don't see him.
I'm getting one that was trying to go to the roof.
I just see one is on the roof.
Yeah,
Second one
he
is
has
kind of
a he
middle
has
back.
a hive up there.
Agent down.
Can't really push it. Oh, there's one on the middle
One is
on
on
our
the
side.
One is on the roof.
Serious trauma detected.
Should
Agent
have.
down.
Quick kill wouldn't have helped either.
Agent killed.
Mm.
Hostile Restore Hive detected. An agent needs assistance.
Oh, one is
Hostile
close. One is
explosive
close.
Sigma
Right,
detected.
right next to us.
Fight is halfway done. The specialization
He's
supply
coming back on
drop
the
has
roof.
expired.
Okay.
Okay, so it's fine. He's not gonna do much.
Right for that corridor. There's a seeker coming from that way, I think.
They are all on our roof.
Gonna push with you.
I just wanna find one guy and headshot him. I've determined, so I just need to hit my shot and then maybe finish him with Oxy.
One's pushing out. Nice.
We're not trying to finish him.
I can just try.
We might have. Let's go. One is pushing middle. They're
Yeah.
jumping down. They're kinda in the middle part.
Yeah, I see.
They're on the container. One jump down. Watch out, this is a skill build guy, I think.
Agent down.
You don't have many reinforcements left.
Got one.
Nice. Gonna go for that second one.
An agent needs
I
assistance.
couldn't finish that one, but I don't.
Boost about to activate.
I can.
I don't know if he's dead
He's
or
dead.
no. One pushing, one pushing.
Hostile defender drone
Down.
detected.
Nice.
Boost online.
Gonna
So
go
I think I
finish
can
him
finish
off.
him. I can finish him.
Yeah, I wanna.
They push in right side. They push in right side. Our side.
Okay.
At least one of them is. One is still in the middle.
I'm gonna cover this guy because I'm expecting it to.
Got him.
Nice.
They push in right side.
Yeah.
Hostile Restore Hive detected.
Kinda standing behind you.
That was a bad
Hostile
choice by that guy.
Hive detected.
Yeah, I
There
sniped
are
him.
no more rogue
There's still one.
reinforcements.
There's still one.
Eliminate whoever's left.
They in like kind of middle side.
Yeah,
which
middle.
parts?
See one in the middle.
Hostile
Three of them
explosive
here.
Sigma detected.
One is jumping up. He's on the
Serious
container.
trauma detected.
Yeah, they're gonna win that engagement
Agent
though.
down.
No.
Agent deceased.
I'm going back. I'm going back.
So,
Boost has expired.
yes, watch out. We're
Sadly-
separated. They're not.
I'm
We're getting
close.
that revive.
Middle. One push in middle. Running through. I didn't got him. He ran away. But yeah, one is separated on the left side.
Left side. Yeah, but our randoms are just.
An agent needs
Yeah, try
assistance.
to get my line of sight on him. Downed one. He's gonna go revive him on the left side. Yeah, he's reviving.
I'm just seeing if I can land the shot, but I can't. I'm gonna push even
He's still
righter.
here. One is close. on the left side on our teammate.
I'm sending you a specialization supply drop.
On his side or on his front?
Left
Oh,
side.
he's back there. Yeah, would have been nice if we hadn't.
No, it's a seeker now that it's marking, but I don't see much.
I'm gonna cross
One is in
over
the
and
middle
help.
peeking.
Yeah. I wanna go help
Get him with
fight.
Oxy. Finished.
2 of them here.
Yeah, he's there. I see one.
Ah, the heals are so annoying.
I got one.
Agent out of action.
Yeah,
Agent
last one.
deceased.
Determined boys. I don't care, it's PvP.
Well done.
And I suck.
That's a fun one to end on.
Yeah, I'm happy with my sniping skills for this one. I landed some good shots. He was just running across the street. I landed the headshot finally.
Wait, what did our teammate do there? Oh, yeah, that also kind of didn't help.
He did nothing.
That guy went
And-
0 and 8. Which is kind of expected. So.
Too ferocious. I got general PCB. Okay, I need to take screenshot of this. My best sniping.
But yeah, let's get out of there. Let's ram this out. As in the background, I'm gonna already try to find somebody for us to raid in a second on the Twitch end.
Oh, I maybe get what he means by the G. If I'm stuck in
Safe area.
the loading screen, the G is for the leave conflict. So I just leave conflict and don't need to restart the game. Okay.
That makes sense.
Good to see you.
That was also the same person that came up with or came in with the "Hey dumbass, try rolling." Although well, he was kinder. But, if you're on fire, have you considered stop, drop, and double tap getting cover? But yeah, let's get these cleaned up.
Thanks for the business.
Okay, we did the 10. Actually, oh yeah, let's actually look. How much out of this conflict bar did I get? Oh, 90. So yeah, I extracted 90 levels from the conflict XP. Although yeah, so that's because of this character not being 90. I spread it out a little bit over some of the other characters. But that's also, I went and did the weekly on each of them. So each of them is on level 10 here. And then this one, I want to try to reach 100 with again. Because I used to have a character that was 100. I used to have like a character that was like PvP, but then at some point I decided to kind of delete them. It was kind of dumb. Although, honestly, my KD was like less than 1. So it wasn't the greatest. It was definitely... you know, I was more like, I played conflict a lot. I wasn't good at it. So new update tomorrow. I'll be streaming in the evening tomorrow. Likely not in the afternoon. This whole week I likely won't be able to. Maybe Thursday only, but even then, Thursday I'm gonna make a few shorts if I have a little bit of time, as I have just a few shorts remaining before I run out of them. So, but yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow evening as I stream most evenings basically. Although usually not till this late because it's a little bit too late actually. So I'm gonna jump off of here, but yeah, thanks Pomic for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for the fun.
And well, we'll likely catch you around tomorrow for some spring event stuff.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what we're gonna get.
Yeah, I'm
Like
curious
the
about the
outfit.
new name. Also, actually, I need to remember tomorrow to add the turmoil to the named item guide because I haven't yet. I should have actually gotten all of the exotics just so I could add them to the exotic guide, just as a joke, basically.
Yeah, and tomorrow we're gonna see what happens with the joke exotics.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Just
guess they're
disappear.
gonna stay around. I don't
Yeah.
think they're gonna. It's just gonna be a April Fool's things for in the future. Too bad that I didn't actually get, because I actually didn't collect any of them. I was mostly busy with conflict, man.
Or maybe if they like have a long plan in front, it's like this April Fools. You can get all the joke exotics, and the next April Fools you can use them.
That's Diana. It's just, I mean, it was just a bunch of extra exotic components and
Yeah.
a few chuckles here and there with the little horn and the memento. It's finally in the game. We can't say it's not in the game anymore. So
Yeah.
but yeah, I'm
Okay, so-
gonna go hop off and eat and then sleep, and then I'll catch you likely around tomorrow or in the week.
Yeah.
But
Have
yeah,
a good night.
have a good night. As it hop out of there. Let me catch up on if anything else happened here. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming in the evening, regular time-ish. Let's just go raid a little huge just to quickly raid someone. And as well, tomorrow I'll stitch together what we recorded earlier today, the build collection update video, and then together with it is also there's the little new. Actually, I'm kind of proud of this thing. I've just, and actually, as somebody kind of suggested today, maybe I do that as well. We add in the red mods, blue mods, and stuff, and then like, so you can add the number of how many you have maxed. But stuff like that is always, I mean, this is a good start, and then we can add to it. And actually getting it all to work where if you input the right number, that it automatically like goes to the right colors and stuff. Took a little bit, especially, well, it didn't take too long to figure out. It was just, especially, I forgot a few mods here and there, and then I had to add those in, and then broke everything, and then had to fix everything. So that was a lot of fun today. But yeah, that's all for tomorrow. For today, let's go hit the starting of that raid as Huge is, I'm gonna guess, setting up for some raiding, as he quite often does, of course. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be back to some just normal stuff. Because actually, yeah, next week we don't have anything, right? Yeah, nothing. Because the week after we have Kenley and then Dark Sun. Although, of course, yeah, we'll have a new Manhunt, or well, new Scout, and then we'll have the new projects. And the projects are for 2 weeks, and likely it'll work as the other ones where you could do them all at the end and just kind of catch up on it. We'll see as well again if it's per character and such. We'll see all that tomorrow. But yeah, for now, enjoy yourselves some Littlest of the Huges, and I'll be back tomorrow. And as always, have a good night.